All right, we're on the record for hearings and the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for Wednesday, September 27th, 2023. I'm Matthew Sagsveen. I'm hearing examiner for these hearings. We're at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division, and it is approximately 9:02. On the docket, the following matters are listed to be continued or dismissed today. And that is case numbers 30338, 30339, 30340, 30341, 30342, 30243, 30344, 30345, 30346, 30349, 30366, 30377, 30378, 30379, 30380, 30381, 30382, 30383, and 30388.
Mr. Examiner, I think you misspoke. It's case number 30343. That's continued. You called it as 30243.
Correct. 30343 as opposed to 30243.
Thank you.
Administrative docket starts on page 7 with case number 30354 and goes through case number 30228. These cases will be heard in the next room with Michael Zisch. Audio recordings of the cases on the administrative docket will be placed on the oil and gas website by the end of the week. If you wish to appear in one of the matters on the administrative docket, please appear in the next room. If there is opposition to the matter, it will be brought back into this hearing room to be heard, and your statements and evidence will be taken. Our docket starts with case number 30155, although that case will be moved to the end of the docket for today's hearing. So we are going to start with case number 30330, which is application of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Beaver Lodge Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit described as Sections 26, 27, 34, and 35, Township 156 North, Range 96 West, in Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. So all interested parties, please come forward. Mr. Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC. Mr. Examiner, I'll have 3 witnesses appearing in this case, and those same 3 witnesses will be appearing in the next 2 Hess cases as well. And then when we get to the final Hess case, I'll have a different geologist and engineer. But the 3 witnesses I intend to call will be Levi Greenlee, Othman Elhalou, and Aisha Keshemir. And I've just sent an email asking them to dial in. I had a Teams invite that's doesn't seem to be working, and I anticipate they'll be calling in any moment now.
Okay.
So it'll be those 3 witnesses for the first 3 cases. The last case, Mr. Greenlee will still be land, but then it will be Jacob Smith and Carson Noble on 30204. Yep. Othman Elhalou, he's the geologist on the first 3 of the Hess cases. Hello? All right, we've got you live in the hearing room, ready to go.
All right, could you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Levi Greenlee.
You cut out, Levi. Just can you say that again?
Yeah, Levi Greenlee.
Still having a little bit of issue with you cutting out. One more time.
Okay, we had to call in, and I'm getting feedback on it as well.
Do you have are you streaming it? If you shut that off, will that help?
I shut it off.
Okay.
Can you call up here? Okay. Is it any better now?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. Could you raise your right hand, please?
Yep.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
All right, you may proceed.
Levi, can you tell us by whom you're employed and what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, I am with Hess Corporation as a senior land negotiator with the business address of 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas, 77010.
And Levi, have you testified before this commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with these applications and the hearings today?
I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Greenlee be received as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
And Levi, let's start with your exhibit number 1. If we could have you identify the proposed spacing unit for us.
Yes, Exhibit 1 is a location map of Township 156 North, Range 96 West in Williams County. In blue are the existing DSUs, the first stand-up 1280 of Section 27 and 34, the second stand-up 1280 of Section 26 and 35, and in green is the requested 2560 spacing.
Okay. Let's move on to exhibit number 2 and just have you take us through your working interest in the proposed spacing unit and those underlying spacing units.
Yes, Exhibit 2 is the land plat of the proposed 2560. In yellow is the Hess-operated BL Kerbal DSU, where Hess has 54.35% working interest, XTO with 35.73%, Continental with 5.23%, and others with 4.69%. And in blue is the Hess-operated BL Davidson DSU, where Hess owns 100% working interest. The combined working interest in the proposed 2560 is Hess with 77.18, XTO with 17.86, and others with 4.96.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Greenlee. I'd offer the exhibits 1 and 2.
Exhibits are accepted. Yeah, you want to call your next
Yep,
witness?
next witness is Othman El-Halou.
Yes.
Could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
All right, you may proceed.
Okay. Othman, can I have you state your name for the record and then tell us by whom you're employed and what capacity, and give us your business address?
Sure. My name is Othman El-Halou. I'm employed by Hess Corporation as an operations geologist with a business address of 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas, 77010.
And Othman, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing units today?
I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. El-Halou be received as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
And Othman, let's start with exhibit number 3, if you can describe the structure underlying the proposed spacing unit.
Sure. Exhibit 3 shows the location of the existing DSUs in blue and the requested 2560 DSU outline in green with the existing wells marked. The top middle Bakken structure map is presented with a 50-foot contour interval showing that the formation sloping to the west. The A to A prime represents the location of the wells used in the cross-section in Exhibit 4.
Let's go ahead and move on to your cross-section, Exhibit 4.
Sure. Exhibit 4 is a stratigraphic cross-section flattened on the top of the Bakken, showing that the targeted formations are present and continuous throughout the region.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. El-Halou. I'd offer the Exhibits 3 and 4.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Let me call your next witness.
Next witness, Aisha Keshimir.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Kishmer, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Aisha, can I have you state your name for the record? Tell us by whom you're employed in what capacity, and give us your business address.
Sure. My name is Aisha Keshimir, reservoir engineer employed by Hess Corporation, located at 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas 77010.
And Aisha, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with these hearings?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Ms. Keshimir be received as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
And Aisha, let's start with your exhibit number 5. Can you take us through what your proposed development would look like on this spacing unit you're requesting?
Sure. Exhibit 5 shows the proposed 2560 development plan for Section 2627 and Section 3435. The bold dashed line is the proposed well and will be drilled in the Middle Bakken Formation.
Okay. Let's move on to Exhibit 6, and if I can have you summarize the reservoir data and take us through the economics.
Exhibit 6 shows the reservoir and economic summary for a single Middle Bakken well in River Lodge area. The expected EUR is around 580,000 standard barrels with 2% recovery factor. Economics were run at 62 WTI flat and 100% walk-in interest. The expected MPV is around 11 million with a rate of return of over 100%.
Okay. Aisha, in your opinion, would establishment of the spacing unit with the development you've described prevent waste and protect relative rights?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer Exhibits 5, 6, and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any additional witnesses?
No additional witnesses, Mr. Examiner. Thank you.
Does the commission have any questions? All right, hearing no questions, the record will be closed for case number 30330. Next case on today's docket will be case number 30331. This is an application of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Beaver Lodge Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 14, 15, 22, and 23, Township 155 North, Range 96 West, in Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC, and I have the same 3 witnesses testifying in this case.
All right, call your first witness.
Levi,
Yeah.
proceed.
All right, sir, I'll just remind you that you're under oath, and you may proceed.
Okay, thank you. Levi, can I have you go ahead and identify the proposed spacing unit in exhibit number 1?
Yes, exhibit location in town 155 North, Range 96 West, Williams County. In blue is the existing DSUs, and the first stand-up 1280 of sections 15 and 22. The second stand-up 1280 of sections 14 and 23. and in green is the requested 2560 spacing.
Okay, let's move on to exhibit number 2, and if I can have you take us through your working interest.
Yes, Exhibit 2 is the land plat of the proposed 2560. In yellow is the Hess-operated BL Blanchard DSU, where Hess has 93.75% working interest. Spec Tech Threading with 2.81, Northern Oil with 2.5. In blue is the Hess-operated BL Iverson C DSU, where Hess has 100% working interest. The combined working interest in the proposed 2560 is Hess with 96.88, Spec Tech Threading with 1.4, and others with 0.47%.
Okay, I have no further questions for Mr. Greenlee. I'd offer exhibits 1 and 2.
Exhibits are received and admitted. You may call your next witness.
Othman El-Halou.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Othman, go ahead and take us through exhibit number 3 and just describe the structure underlying the proposed spacing unit.
Sure. Exhibit 3 shows existing DSUs in blue and the requested 2560 DSU outline in green. With the existing wells marked, the top middle blocking structure map is presented with a 50-foot contour interval showing that the formation is dipping to the southwest. The line A to A prime represents the location of the wells used in the cross-section in Exhibit 4.
Okay, and Othman, let's move on to exhibit number 4 and take us through that cross-section.
Exhibit 4 is a stratigraphic cross-section flattened on the top of the Bakken showing that the targeted formations are present and continuous throughout the region.
Okay, I have no further questions for Mr. El-Halou. In this case, I'd offer exhibits 3 and 4.
Exhibits are received and admitted. And you may call your next witness.
Aisha Kashmir.
And proceed.
And Aisha, let's go ahead and start with exhibit number 5 and have you describe your proposed development plan.
Sure. Exhibit 5 shows the proposed 2560 development plan for Section 1415 and Section 2223. The bold dashed line is the proposed well and will be drilled in the Middle Bakken Formation.
Okay. And let's move on to exhibit 6. Can you take us through the reservoir data and economics?
Exhibit 6 shows the reservoir and economic summary for a single Middle Bakken well in Beaver Lodge area. The expected EUR is around 580,000 standard barrels with 2% recovery factor. Economics will run at $62 WTI, flat and 100% working interest. The expected MPV is around 11 million with over 100% rate of return.
Okay. And Aisha, in your opinion, would establishment of the 2560 to allow for that section line well prevent waste and protect relative rights?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer exhibits 5, 6, and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits in the affidavit are received and admitted. Do you have any additional witnesses?
No, Mr. Examiner.
Does commission staff have any questions?
Aisha, on your exhibit 5, are you going to drill the well off the section line?
It's going to be around 100 from the section line.
Aisha, you cut. Sorry, you cut out, Aisha. You'll have to repeat that.
Okay, sorry. It's going to be around 100 feet from the lease line, the east lease line.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any additional questions? All right, hearing none, we'll close the record for case number 30331. Now we'll move on to case number 30274. This is a continued application of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Beaver Lodge, Kappa and/or Manitoba Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit described as sections 1, 12, and 13 in Township 155 North, Range 95 West, and sections 6, 7, and 18 Township 155 North, Range 94 West, in Williams and Montreal Counties, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Council?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC, and all the same three witnesses appearing in this case.
All right, you may proceed.
And Levi, let's start with exhibit number 1, if I can have you identify the proposed spacing unit.
Yes, exhibit 1 is the location map of Township 155 North, Range 95 West, and Township 155 North, Range 94 West, in Williams and Monroe County. In blue are the existing DSUs, a laydown 1280 of sections 1 and 2, the first stand-up 1280 of sections 6 and 7, the second stand-up 1280 of sections 12 and 13, and the third stand-up 1280 of sections 18 and 19. And in green is the requested 3840 spacing.
Okay, let's move on to exhibit number 2, and if you can take us through your working interest in that spacing unit.
Yes, exhibit 2 is the land plat showing the proposed 3840 spacing. In yellow is the Hess-operated Ian Hansen A DSU, with Hess owning 84.84% working interest. In orange is the Hess-operated Ian Kiesel DSU, with Hess having 78.45% working interest, Northern with almost 15%, and XTO with 4%. And in let's see here, in blue is the Liberty-operated Hess DSU, where Hess has 0% working interest. Liberty has 48.15% working interest, and others with 51.84%. And in green is the Continental-operated Vera DSU, where Hess has 12% working interest, Continental with 59.9%, and others with 28.3%. The combined working interest of the proposed 3840 spacing is Hess with 42.78, Continental with 10.13, Liberty with 16.28, and others with 30.81% working interest.
Levi, have you communicated with any of the other operators and major working interest owners with respect to operatorship of the proposed well?
We've spoken with Continental and Liberty both, and both are good with the development of the lease line well.
Okay. With Hess operating?
Yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Greenlee. I'd offer exhibits 1 and 2.
Exhibits are received and admitted. You may call your next witness. Oh, commission staff, questions?
Levi, sections 12 and 13 and 7 and 18 are currently a lease line 2560.
Yeah.
And do you want that spacing unit terminated?
Yes, for the 30.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, Mr. Mann, you may call your next witness.
Othman El Halou.
You may proceed.
Yes.
And Othman, go ahead and take us through exhibit 3 and the structure map.
Sure. Exhibit B shows the location of the existing DSUs in blue and the requested 3840 DSU outline in green with the existing wells marked. The top middle blocking structure map is presented with a 50-foot contour interval showing that the formation is dipping to the southeast. The line A to A prime represents the location of the wells used in the cross-section in Exhibit 4.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. El Halou. I'd offer exhibits 3 and 4.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Does staff have any questions for this witness? Hearing none, you may call your next witness.
Aisha Kashmir.
You may
Yeah.
proceed.
Aisha, can I have you take us through your proposed development plan for the spacing unit you've requested? Exhibit 5.
Sure. Exhibit 5 shows the proposed 3840 development plan for Section 6, 7, and 18 in Township 155, Range 94, and Section 1, 12, and 13 in Township 155 and Range 95. The bold dashed line is the proposed well and will be drawn in the formation, in the middle backing formation.
Okay. Let's move on to exhibit number 6. Can you take us through the reservoir data and the economics for the proposed well?
Sure. Exhibit 6 shows the reservoir and economic summary for a single middle parking well in East Nesson area. The expected EUR is around 950,000 standard barrels with 1.6% recovery factor. Economics were run at $62 WTI flat and 100% working interest. Expected NPV is around 11 million with 51% rate of return.
Aisha, in your opinion, what establishment of the spacing unit to allow for that section line well, prevent waste, protect relative rights?
Yes.
I have no further questions. I offer exhibits 5, 6, and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits and affidavit are received and admitted. Council, have you seen the letter addressed to the Industrial Commission from one Lois Weidmer?
I have, Mr. Examiner.
Okay, the letter will be included in the record. Do you have any response to that?
Well, I do briefly. We have no objection to, the letter being part of the record for purposes of noting that Ms. Weidmer doesn't want the spacing and the pooling. A couple things on the letter. It's my understanding, and I can have Mr. Greenlee confirm this, but that Ms. Weidmer has a small unleased mineral interest, and it appears that it's in sections 12 and 13. She's indicated that's the spacing unit that's currently operated by Liberty. And with respect to the complaints that she has with respect to, she's a couple things. She's objected to pooling and risk penalty. With respect to pooling, 3808 governs that. And if there's, the statute provides if there's two or more separately owned tracts and there's an absence of voluntary pooling, the commission shall, upon application of an owner, shall pool all of those interests for operation and development of that spacing unit. So there's nothing in the letter that indicates that, that those requirements haven't been met. We submitted the affidavit in the pooling case to indicate that, that there are two or separately more owned tracts and there's no voluntary pooling. So there's, in our opinion, with respect to the pooling, there's nothing to do. With respect to any risk penalty, that opposition, it's currently premature, not ripe. I mean, you first have to have the spacing unit, and then that spacing unit has to be pooled. And then at that point, if Hess wishes to impose a risk penalty, they'll follow the procedures set forth in 43020316.3, which include, making a good faith offer to lease. At that point, it's up to Ms. Weidmer if she, makes a decision to lease or if she elects to participate or go non-consent. And at that point, that's when the risk penalty comes into play. It's really up to her, and she, at that point, would have an opportunity to file an application if she was opposed to it. So, I mean, that's really premature. And then there's also just a few things with respect to complaints about, it looks like flaring or gas capture. And it's my understanding as well that Hess will be connecting these wells, so the gas will be gathered and processed. It won't generally be flared. So, I mean, those kind of complaints are really not relevant to this respective case. So that's my thoughts or comments on the letter.
All right, thank you. Commission staff, any additional questions? So I'm going to We'll close the record on case number 30274, but since Ms. Wiedmer references case number 30289, I'm going to call that case. Although it was listed on the administrative docket, in this case, since it does have opposition, I'm going to remand it back to the hearing room and call the application in this docket. This is case number 30289, application of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC for an order pursuant to NDAC section 430203-88.1, pooling all interests in a spacing unit described as sections 1, 12, and 13, Township 155 North, Range 95 West, and sections 6, 7, 18, Township 155 North, Range 94 West, Beaver Lodge, Kappa, and/or Manitoba Bakken Pools, Williams and Montreal counties in North Dakota as provided by North Dakota Century Code section 380808, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Councilman, since this is a Hess Bakken application, would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Examiner. And Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC. Mr. Examiner, I'll call Levi Greenlee briefly in this case, and just, I guess before I call him, the comments that I had with respect to Ms. Wiedmer's letter objecting to, I guess, the spacing in the previous case and then the pooling in this case. I have those same comments that I made on pooling. In this case, pursuant to 380808, the commission shall, that statutory language reads, shall pool the interests in a spacing unit if you've got the 2 or more separately owned tracts and there's no voluntary pooling agreement or declaration of pooling in place. And Mr. Greenlee, we did file an affidavit of Levi Greenlee dated September 25th, 2023, attesting to those facts. I can call him and right now and confirm that.
Why don't you do that, Council?
Okay. Levi, are you on the line?
I am.
All right. Levi, do you recall executing an affidavit on September 25th, 2023 with respect to the pooling of the interests in this proposed spacing unit?
I do.
And at that, in that affidavit, you had indicated that there are 2 or more separately owned tracts in that proposed spacing unit consisting of 1, 12, and 13, and 6, 7, and 18. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And Levi, is there a voluntary pooling agreement or declaration of pooling that covers all of the interest within that proposed spacing unit?
No voluntary pooling, no.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Great, thank you, Council. Ms. Wiedmer's letter will be added to the record for case number 30289. Does Commission staff have any questions? All right, hearing none, we'll close the record for case number 30289, and we'll go back to our regularly scheduled hearing docket and move on to case number 30204. It's a continued application of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ellsworth Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 3,200 acre spacing unit described as the east half of sections 10 and 15 and all of sections 11, 12, 13, and 14 in Township 149 North, Range 100 West in McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Council?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC. I have 3 witnesses appearing in this case. Mr. Greenlee will testify again, but then I will have Jacob Smith and Carson Noble testify. All right, Levi, can we start with exhibit number 1 and have you identify the proposed spacing unit?
Yes. Exhibit 1 is a location map of Township 159 North, Range 100 West, McKenzie County. In blue are the existing DSUs. The first 1280 of sections 3 and 10. The second stand-up 1280 of sections 2 and 11. third stand-up 1280 of sections 1 and 12. The fourth stand-up 1280 of sections 15 and 22. The fifth stand-up 1280 of sections 14 and 23. And the sixth stand-up sections of 13 and 24. Agreeing to the requested 3,200 acre spacing.
Okay, let's move on to Exhibit 2, if we can have you take us through the working interest.
Yes, Exhibit 2 is the land plat of the proposed 3,200 acre spacing. In yellow is the Hess-operated BW Stoveland DSU with Hess with 68.68% working interest, Castle Peak with 12.48, Northern Oil with 12.48. And in blue is purple is the Hess-operated BW Nogard BSU with Hess with 68.8% working interest, XTO with 16% working interest. In blue is the Hess-operated BW Hedstrom DSU with Hess with 66.56% working interest, XTO with 21.34. And in orange is the Hess-operated BW Hagen DSU with Hess with 67.28% working interest, Missouri River Royalty with 20.93, Rainbow Gas with 5% working interest. In blue is the Whiting operated Curl DSU, where Hess owns just shy of a percent there, Whiting with 90.5% working interest. In pink is the Whiting or Cord operated Nogard DSU with Hess with 0% working interest, Whiting with 61.5% working interest, and others with 38.5%. The combined working interest for the proposed 3,200 acre spacing is Hess with 40.71%, Whiting/Cord with 30.43%, XTO with 7.85%, Missouri River with 2.15%, Northern with 1.25%, and others with 17.61% working interest.
Levi, have you communicated with the other operator and I guess major working interest owner with respect to your proposed spacing and operatorship of the section line well?
Yeah, we've had contact with Whiting or Cord now, and had multiple conversations about the location of the well and the development plan, and they are good with our operation, with Hess operating this proposed well.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Greenlee. I'd offer Exhibits 1 and 2.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Commission staff have any questions?
Levi, is there a land reason why you're not including the west half of sections 10 and 15?
It's more of a operational reason, which we'll go, the next two we'll probably expand on. But yeah, pad location, development plan in the area is really the reason.
Okay, thank you.
I think Carson will cover that in his testimony and exhibits.
All right, counsel, you may call your next witness.
Jacob Smith.
All right, Mr. Smith, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
All right, you may proceed.
Jacob, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Jacob Smith, employed by Hess Corporation as a geologist with a business address of 1501 McKinney, Houston, Texas 77010.
Jacob, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
Okay, and are you familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Smith be received as that of an expert.
Motion is granted.
And Jacob, can you take us through your exhibit number 3, the structure map?
Sure. Exhibit 3 shows the location of the existing DSUs in blue and the requested 3,200 DSU in green. This is a top middle Bakken structure map with a 50-foot contour interval showing that formation is dipping to the east. And the purple 8A prime represents the location of the wells used in the next exhibit.
Okay, and let's move on to exhibit number 4.
This is a stratigraphic cross-section, flattened on the top of the Bakken formation, showing that the targeted formations are present continuous.
Okay, I have no further questions for Mr. Smith. I'd offer Exhibits 3 and 4.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions? All right, hearing none. Counsel, may call your next witness.
Carson Noble?
Mr. Noble, are you on the line?
Yes.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Mann.
Carson, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Carson Noble. I'm employed by Hess Corporation as a reservoir engineer. Office location is 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas, 77010.
And Carson, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with this proposed spacing unit?
I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Noble be received as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
And Carson, let's start with Exhibit 5, if we can have you take us through what your proposed development plan would be for the spacing unit.
Yes. So Exhibit 5 shows the proposed 3,200 acre development for the east halves of sections 10 and 15, along with all of sections 11, 12, 13, and 14. The highlighted dashed line is the proposed 2.5 mile line well. They'll be drilled in the middle Bakken formation from the pad location denoted in blue. This well is planned 50 foot north of the lease line.
And let's move on to Exhibit 6, if you can take us through the reservoir data and economics.
So Exhibit 6 shows the reservoir and economic summary for a single 2.5 mile middle Bakken well in the Buffalo Wallow area. The expected EUR is roughly 700,000 stock tank barrels, with roughly a 4% recovery factor. Economics will run at $52 per barrel WTI flat and at 100% working interest. The expected PV is $6.4 million, with a rate of return of roughly 60%.
Okay. And Carson, you heard Mr. Bohr had a question with respect to, why we're not extending that to the west half. Let's move on to exhibit number 7, sort of the expanded map. And if you can kind of walk us through that and maybe explain Hess's reasoning for the length of the lateral that we're asking for.
Absolutely. So the next couple of exhibits, 7 and 8, we'll touch on this a little bit. So 7 is an expanded base map denoting the broader developments in the area to help provide some additional context and facilitate any potential question. The DSUs in the green hash are operated by Hess. What you can see right there with the pad location sitting in the center of that kind of DSU, in order to get the full additional mile to turn this into a 3-mile well, there would be a substantial kickback, which would ultimately result in a pretty significant average well inclination. Additionally, if this were to be a 2-mile well, this would also result in a significant well inclination. And I believe getting on to Exhibit 8, we'll touch on that a little bit more.
Yeah. Why don't we go ahead and move on to exhibit number 8 and give a little bit more kind of context and perspective to that.
All right, so Exhibit 8 shows the BW Stoveland LS well highlighted in red, along with a simplified kind of cartoon depicting the average inclination of the proposed well. The half-mile segment on sections 10 and 15 of this proposed lease south maximizes stakeholder value in 2 ways. It provides an additional withdrawal point to this 200-foot corridor of the reservoir, but more importantly, it reduces the average inclination of the wellbore, allowing the well to be a little bit more vertical through the vertical section. Has employed sucker rod lift on nearly all of their wells at some point within the well's life, and high inclinations have been associated with poor runtime via rod and tubing wear and diminished production capacity, and ultimately reduced recoverable resource.
Okay. So Carson, then in your opinion, would the, I guess the proposed spacing that you're requesting with the 2.5 mile lateral, in your opinion, is that going to prevent waste, protect relative rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer exhibits 5 through 8 in the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits in the affidavit are received and admitted. Does commission staff have any questions?
Carson, on Exhibit 7, why wouldn't Hess
Sure.
propose a lease line well from a pad further to the west?
The reason for not, sorry, I'm getting a little bit of feedback. I'm going to charge through. The reason for not proposing a well to the lease line to the west is because, you know, we don't operate those DSUs adjacent to this acreage. And ultimately, we were unsure, I was unsure if we would be successful in that endeavor.
Doesn't Hess have a pad further to the west in section 10?
We do.
So why not drill it from there?
I think we would still have the same issue where you would have to be likely bisecting acreage right there from that area.
What do you mean by bisecting acreage?
Sorry. Our development in this Stoveland-Hagen area, it doesn't allow for additional wellbore heading to the west. And if your question is, in the future, if we were to drill from a pad farther to the west towards the east, is that your question?
Well, yeah, I mean, just very simply looking at it from a very simple viewpoint, if you're going to drill a well from the center of section 10 and 15, why not drill it from the west side of 10 and 15?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. If we were to drill it from the west side of 10 and 15, then we would still have extremely high inclination for the wells going north and south. So if that pad location were to move farther to the west, this would improve the situation for this proposed 2.5 mile well, but it would in turn make the northern and southern wells meaningfully poorer and have much higher inclinations. So you would cause more issues than you would fix, if that makes sense, sir.
So I think of what you're telling me is you plan on drilling all the dotted wells from that pad.
Correct.
And so if you drilled the north-south wells from that pad, why can't you drill the lease line well from the western pad?
Why? I'm trying to understand the question. I'm sorry, sir. So, if we were to drill the lease line well from the western existing pad or from the new proposed surface location?
So if you drill the north-south wells from the pad you have depicted on Exhibit 7, which is what you're planning to do, why can't you drill the lease line well from a pad further to the west where you have a pad and pick up that west half?
I understand, sir. I'm sorry about the confusion there. Yeah, so while that would be feasible to do that, that would be a single well trip. So you would incur the cost of full pad expansion on that western pad, including any sort of facility upgrades for just a single well, and ultimately for just a half mile of a single well relative to drilling it as proposed on this slide.
So what,
To be clear, that would burden the economics considerably.
so I'd like you to submit a supplement detailing what those economics would be if you drill it from the western pad.
Yes, sir.
If this application is granted, then likely there would be no lease line development in the west half of sections 10 and 15?
That's correct, sir.
In your economics that you're going to submit, make sure you include reservoir, how much oil is would be recovered by that extra half a mile?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mann, how long would you like for us to keep the record open for that information?
Carson, what's the time frame on that? Would 2 weeks be a good sufficient amount of time?
I prefer 3 weeks. Yep.
3 weeks? Okay. 3 weeks, Mr. Examiner?
Right, so we'll hold the record open until October 18th
Okay.
to receive additional information regarding commission staff questions. Anything else on this case number 30204, council?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
All right, any additional questions regarding case number 30204? All right, hearing none, we will close the hearing record for today on that, but keep it open for additional information until October 18th. And now we'll move on to case number 30332. This is an application of Whiting Oil and Gas Corporation for an order amending the applicable orders for the Sanish Bakken Pool in Montreal County, North Dakota to 1, establish an overlapping stand-up 1,920 acre spacing unit described as sections 21, 28, and 33 of Township 154 North, Range 92 West, and authorize 8 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit. 2, establish an overlapping 3,840 acre spacing unit described as sections 21, 22, 27, 28, 33, and 34 in Township 154 North, Range 92 West, and to authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit. And 3, establish an overlapping 2,560 acre spacing unit described as sections 20, 21, 28, and 29, Township 154 North, Range 92 West, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit, or for granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Council, do you have any witnesses for this case?
Yeah, Mr. Examiner, Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing on behalf of Whiting Oil and Gas Corporation. I will have 3 witnesses appearing telephonically: Prince Ekby, John Prim, and Eva Tomova. And they all 3 should be on the line right now.
All right, Council. You call your first witness.
Prince Ekby.
Yes.
All right, sir, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yeah, I do.
All right, Mr. Mann.
Prince, can I have you state your name for the record and then also spell it for us?
Yes, name is Prince Ekby, last name E-K-P-E.
Okay. And Prince, can I have you tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
I'm a senior landman at Cord Energy, and the business address 1001 at Fannin Street, located in Houston, Texas, zip code 77002.
And Prince, have you previously testified before this commission?
No, I have not.
Okay. Can I have you briefly take us through your educational background and relevant experience as a landman?
Yes, I graduated from the University of Oklahoma with a business administration degree and emphasis in energy management in 2013. I also have a master's degree in jurisprudence and energy law from the University of Tulsa, graduated 2015. I started my career off with XTO Energy in 2014. I then moved into a role
Hey, Prince.
of doing.
Prince, I apologize.
Yeah.
You cut out for a moment there. Just can I have you go back? Just on your work experience after XTO, you kind of cut out. Sorry.
Oh, okay, not a problem. XTO Energy started in 2014, doing division order and land administration work. Then moved into an A&D role and started at Exxon 4 years later in the East Texas, Louisiana group. Then moved on to PI
operating LLC in a landman business development and exploration role here in the Woodlands, Texas, and then moved on to started Ford Energy 6 months ago as a senior landman.
Okay. And Prince, are you familiar with the land matters associated with these proposed spacing units we're discussing in this case?
Can you say that again? I didn't hear that.
Yeah. Are you familiar with the land matters that are associated with these proposed spacing units we're talking about in this case?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Ekby be received as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
And Prince, let's start with Exhibit L1, if I can have you identify the spacing units we're talking about.
Yes. Exhibit L1 there, located in regional locator map in Montreal County, Township 154 North, Range 92 West. The first one on our list is the 1920 acres that were, or 1920 spacing unit, 154, 92, 21, 28, 33. They're in red. Second one in green, the 154, 92, 20, 21, section 20, 21, section 29 and 28, 2560 spacing order, and the 154, 92, 21, 22, 27, 28, 23, 20, and 30, 33, 30, and 34 sections, 3840 spacing unit.
Okay. Prince, let's go on to next exhibit, if I can have you take us through the working interest in the proposed 1920.
Yes, in the proposed 1920 Whiting, it's underlining Whiting operated units that consist of 87.58%.
Okay. And then the next page of L1, if we can have you give us the working interest in that proposed 2560.
Another Whiting operated unit with standing at 92.96% working interest.
Okay. And then with the final page of L1, the working interest in the proposed 3840.
Proposed 3840, another Whiting operated unit, underlining spacing units, and standing at 89.31% working interest.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Ekby. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Staff have any questions? All right, hearing none. Counsel, you may call your next witness.
Next witness is John Prim.
All right, Mr. Prim, could you raise your right hand, please?
Yep.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
John, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is John Prim. I'm a development geologist employed by Whiting Oil and Gas Corporation. Business address 1001 Fannin Street, Houston, Texas 77002.
John, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes,
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
yes,
Okay, and are you familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing units?
yes,
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Prim be received as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
And John, let's start with Exhibit G1, if you can describe the structure underlying the proposed spacing units.
sure. So Exhibit G1 shows the Upper Bakken structure map. It's centered over Township 154 North, Range 92 West, with the three proposed spacing units outlined, the 1920 in green, the 3840, in blue, and the 2560 in yellow. As you can see from the structure map, we have contour intervals of 20 feet, and it shows a dipping of the Upper Bakken to the southwest.
Okay, let's move on to your ISOPAC map, Exhibit G2.
Yeah, so Exhibit G2, the map is centered over the same area with the same units highlighted with the same colors. Here we're showing the Middle Bakken gross interval thickness map with contour intervals of 5 feet. You can see a slight thickening to the southwest on this map, but generally it ranges from about 63 feet thick to 68 feet thick across the area.
Sure. And let's move on to your type log, Exhibit G3.
Yeah, so the type log is pulled from the Deadwood Canyon Ranch 4328H well, which is located in Section 28 of Township 154 North, 92 West. And it's centered over the reservoir interval with the Middle Bakken highlighted in yellow there in the center. And this is what we expect to encounter in the subsurface throughout these units.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Prim. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions from staff? All right, counsel, may call your next witness.
Eva Tomova.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Tomova, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Eva, if you answered, we didn't hear you.
Yes, I do. Can you guys hear me now?
Now we can.
Yes, so your answer was yes.
Yeah.
All
Sorry.
right, that's
Okay.
okay.
Eva, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, sir. My name is Eva Tomova Medina, and I'm employed with Whiting Passport, and our business address is 1001 Fanning Street, Houston, Texas 77002.
Eva, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And you're familiar with the engineering matters associated with the proposed spacing units?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Ms. Tomova be received as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
And Eva, let's start with Exhibit E1, and if you can take us through your proposed development plan for the 1920.
Yes, sir. So here on exhibit E1, you can see our proposed 1920 spacing unit in sections 21, 28, and 33 of Township 154, North Range 92 West. We're proposing 4 Bakken and 4 Three Forks wells in this 1920 unit with different mobile lengths based on some recent development to the south. We have not finalized exactly where the well bores are going to end there, but this is our best guess as of now. The newer well bores are the Double Eagle 33-3. They're shown to the south, so the well bores could extend as far as that, which is why we are asking for the 1920 unit. And we're still early on in the surface scouting options. The terrain here is quite interesting, so we're considering locations on the south end and on the north end as well.
Yep. And Eva, you indicated, you know, these are preliminary, but it looks like you will be crossing some well bores, but not the ones to the south. Is that, can you explain that? Is that due to some of them being older, you know, older wells, older completions, and then you've got sort of the newer wells to the south with the newer completions? Is that?
Correct. Yes, sir. So the double eagle wells to the south that you see were completed in 2020. So those are modern completions that reservoir is currently evaluating how far we need to stay away from to avoid depletion. All the others that are crossing are Bakken Three Fork wells that were completed 2008 to I think 2014 range.
Okay. And Eva, are you aware Whiting in Sanish and just, I guess, directly to the south, of this proposed spacing unit has like a laydown 1920 consisting of 4, 5, and 6 in 15392, where you had a similar situation where some of the well bores ended up, kind of short of the, at the toe due to, I believe it might be some of these same wells.
Yeah, and they're affected because of the same 3 wells that have the awkward spacing. So they're going to be really affecting the SBAR, the 6.4, 6.5, and 4 that you mentioned. And I believe that was order number 31658 that was approved. It will impact this order, and there's another one, sections 21, 28, 33 that are going to be similar. We're going to just try to avoid those 3 wells.
Sure. So this is essentially kind of the same situation you had in that case 29096 that resulted in order 31658, where some of the well bores ended up, short of the kind of the boundary of the spacing unit at the toe, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's.
Well, it would. Yep.
Oh, go ahead.
No, yeah, it was at the toe for the S-bars, and it could be at the toe or the heel, depending on where surface is for the unit we're talking about right now.
Let's move on to E2 then. I guess that would be the what your proposed development would look like for the lease line on the 2560.
Yep. So Exhibit E2 shows the east line 2-mile Bakken well. We're planning there. Sections 20, 21, 28, 29. Similarly, that that's going to be the well length will be lower there. So those reserves will be captured elsewhere.
Okay. And then finally moving on to E3 on the development, what would the development look like for that 3-mile section line well on the 3840?
Yes, sir. So the 3840 will be a 3-fork well bore going through sections 21, 22, 27, 28, 33, and 34.
Okay.
And that's pretty much it. Yep.
Okay. And then let's go ahead and then move on now to the economics. I guess first E4, what the economics, reservoir data and the economics, I guess, on the 1920 for the Middle Bakken well first.
Yes, sir. So E4 shows, like you mentioned, the Middle Bakken 1920 economic reservoir pressure, just under 7,500 psi, reservoir temperature right around 200, gas oil ratio right over 800 standard cubic feet per ton pick barrel. Average well EUR just under 680 MBO for Bakken well. The economics are run at 65 and 3 for the lateral length from 12,000 to 1,500. Investment range from 83.77 or 8.3 million to just over 9 million, with a rate of return at 92 to 100%. That's for the Bakken.
Sure. And then just E5 for that 1920, what the Three Forks reservoir and economics look like.
and for the Three Forks 1920, reservoir pressure right around 7,800 psi, reservoir temperature set 234, average net pay at 26 feet, slightly higher GOR at 1202. And we have well EURs at 624 MBO for the 4 wells we plan to drill there. Economics were ran again at 65 and 3 for the 12,000 to 1,500 foot lateral length. Investment at 8.6 to 9 million per well, with rate of returns at 74 to 85%.
Okay. And then let's move on to exhibit number 6. Take us through the reservoir data and the economics for that westernmost section line well in the 2560.
So this is the economics of the 2 mile western well, similar pressures as the Bakken case I just mentioned. The average well EUR is lower due to the shorter lateral at 577 MBO. Economics were again ran at 65 and 3, lateral length around 12,000, investment at 9.38 million, with a rate of return at 56%.
Okay. And then finally E7, the easternmost section line on the 3840.
Yeah, so on here we have similar reservoir properties as the Three Forks 1920 case. Well, EUR will be higher since it's the longest lateral here at 717 MBO. Economics were ran at 65 and 3 for the Three Forks well at 15,000 feet. Investment just under 10.3 million and rate of return at 77%.
And Eva, in your opinion, if these spacing units are established to allow for this development pattern, is that going to prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Staff have any questions?
Eva, going to exhibit 1, what will your interwell spacing be?
That is not confirmed exactly. We are about a month away from determining exact well spacing. It will be dependent on what reservoir proposes. So I can't answer that at this point. It just depends on what they recommend.
And what is your time frame to drill these wells?
Great question. So they are currently on our schedule to drill in late 2024, December 2024.
Okay, and then what's your plan for when you're going over the existing well bores to avoid them?
So on the drilling side, we'll just gesture around them where possible. And then for completions, we'll make sure that we alter our stages and frac plan around them.
Are you planning to leave them all under current production, or are you going to plug any of them?
So the plan is to frac protect them, drill and frac protect them. And then based on what production finds after the fracs are completed, they have a pretty rigorous return to production program. So if the remaining reserves are justify the RTP, those will be returned to production, and if not, they will not.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 2, or E2. How close to the lease line will that well be?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
How close will that well be drilled to the lease line? Will it be right on top? Will it be slightly off the lease line?
Currently, it's planned for right on the lease line. Again, it's pending the final reservoir recommendation coming in the next month or so. So depending on where they put that well, it could impact the 1920 wells and everything beyond. So as of now, we're just planning it to be in that section line corridor.
Okay, I'm assuming that it'll be the same answer for E3 for that lease line well?
Yes. Yes,
Okay. And then my last question is, you referenced the topography in this area. Is it going to be tough for gas capture to get a pipeline up there?
So we have connected our wells there to the southwest, the Double Eagle. We have some newer paths and newer completions in the area, so we're confident that we will be able to connect in time. We're working with our partners way ahead of time to make that happen as well. And if anything happens, we have Plan B with mobile gas capture units that we're currently utilizing on 2 of our pads in this area.
Okay, thanks.
Eva, the current wells, are they a mixture of Middle Bakken and First Bench Three Forks?
Yes, sir.
And your proposed wells, they're also a mixture of Middle Bakken and First Bench Three Forks?
Yes, sir.
And on the exhibit E2, since you're drilling a 3-mile well on the east side of these wells, did Whiting consider drilling a 3-mile well on the west side?
So, like Wade mentioned, there's some development there that's not shown on the map. That development toes will be capturing some of those reserves. So, and the fact that the hills are back building, the decision was made by Reservoir there to stick with a 2-miler.
So the development you're talking about is in sections 31 and 32?
Correct.
And are those wells going to be drilled from the east or the west?
Those wells are already drilled, and they're drilled from the east.
Okay,
They're actually producing as well.
okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, hearing none, we will close the docket for case number 30332. Next case on the docket is case number 30333. This is an application of Grayson Mill Operating LLC pursuant to North Dakota Administrative Code 43020388.1 for an order allowing the production from the following described wells: Lucy Hanson, 15-22, 1H, file number 20013. Lucy Hanson, 15-22, 2H, file number 36674, sections 15 and 22, Township 154 North, Range 100 West. Lucy Hanson, 15-22XE, 1H, file number 36676, sections 14, 15, 22, and 23, Township 154 North, Range 100 West. Larson 3-10, number 2H, file number 20842. Larson 10-37H, file number 36675, sections 3 and 10, Township 154 North, Range 100 West. And Larson 10-2XE1H, file number 37205, sections 2, 3, 10, and 11, Township 154 North, Range 100 West, to be produced into a central production facility located in the northwest quarter of the northeast of Section 15, Township 154 North, Range 100 West, Stony Creek, Avoca, Williston, and Catwalk Fields in Williams County, North Dakota, allowing for a test procedure for each well of a minimum of 48 hours per month pursuant to North Dakota Administrative Code 43020348.1, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Mr. Mann?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Grayson Mill Operating, LLC. Mr. Examiner, this case, it's a commingling case that typically these are heard on the admin docket. We requested the opportunity to have this on the regular docket because, reason being, it's a request to deviate from the standard policy of 72-hour kind of testing, and what we're asking for is a minimum of 48 hours. Grayson has evaluated the allocation and testing procedure and has deemed that that the 48 hours is going to be have some benefits that you don't have with 72 hours, and it will be at least as accurate as the 72 hours. So we just wanted the opportunity to have a witness come and testify and kind of walk the commission through that and address any questions. And so I'll have Clay Parrish, who's present in the hearing room, testify as to the exhibits that we've got, and then kind of primarily highlight what Grayson's looking at with respect to the allocation and testing procedures.
All right. Mr. Parrish?
Yes, sir.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Mann, you may proceed.
Clay, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed and what capacity?
Sure. My name's Clay Parrish. I'm employed by Grayson Mill Operating. I'm the Production Optimization Manager.
And do you know your business address?
It is 840 West Sam Houston Parkway, Suite 300, Houston, Texas, 77024.
Okay. And Clay, have you previously testified before the commission?
No, sir.
Okay. Why don't you briefly kind of walk us through your educational background and relevant work experience?
Sure. I graduated from Texas Tech University in 2015 with a bachelor's degree in petroleum engineering. Began working for then Statoil, became Equinor, in their Bakken asset. I have worked the Bakken asset for roughly 6 to 7 years, 8 years total experience. And when Equinor sold the assets to Grayson Mill, I transitioned to Grayson Mill and have been there since.
Okay. And Clay, are you familiar, I guess, with the central production facility that we're going to be discussing today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've got experience in working on and evaluating the allocation and testing procedure, not only for this facility, but numerous others in the Bakken?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Examiner, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Parrish be received as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
And Clay, I think what probably is going to be easiest, we'll just have you, we've got the exhibits, that we submit with the sundry for the typical diverse commingling procedure. And if we can just kind of walk through those, but primarily focus on the, one, why we're looking at the 48 hours versus the 72, and then highlight, what that brings, what the benefits and efficiencies that you receive there, and then also touch on sort of the accuracy and, that you're not sacrificing any of that by going 48 versus 72.
Sure. So this is an existing CTB, a facility that is constructed. There are 6 wells, and we utilize 1 test vessel for the 6 wells. We are requesting 48 hours of total well testing per well, a minimum of 48, as opposed to the 72 total that is standard in the usual orders. We have requested in the past a 24 option, and this is the 48 option that we feel like is a good compromise between the two. So the current NDIC testing requirements provide reasonable and accurate allocations, for sure. But we feel like they limit to a degree an operator's ability to optimize not only facility construction costs, but also the engineer's ability to optimize the well, along with the artificial lift technicians and all the changes that we attempt to make to improve production. It prevents us from doing as much of that as we would prefer to do. So tests of shorter duration, we believe, with an increased frequency, will allow us to optimize not only the facility costs, there are benefits there, but also allow us to optimize production in a more efficient manner that we have not been able to with the 72 hours worth of testing. So what we've specifically asked for here is we want to test every well at least 48 hours a month. And we want to also complete at least 2 tests per well per month. So that's because we believe the frequency of the tests carries more weight than perhaps the duration. And then we want to set a limit on the duration of the test, the lower limit of the test to be at least 6 hours in length. So what this allows us to do, and this is something that we do anyway when opportunity is, when the opportunity is there, is we would like to put a well in test, make an adjustment, put a well in test, survey the results, and determine whether or not that was a positive change or a negative change. So currently, if we are to do that, I guess I'll explain first here that we want to get to the point where that is something that is our daily business and that those tests are, quote, valid and included in the total testing duration that the NDIC requires us to submit. Currently, if we were to do that, a test of any less than 72 hours would not be included as part of the tests that can be submitted to the state. So what we're looking at here, so back to what I mentioned on this facility, we have 6 wells on 1 test vessel. For a company that averages, let's say, I guess, submitted maybe 15 days of downtime, or 15% downtime across the board. On a month with, say, 31 days, you've got roughly 25 to 26 days to complete your tests, okay? And that's with just an average set of downtime. With 6 wells in 72 hours, that would mean it takes roughly 4 days to complete a test, not 3 days like the 72 hours. That would assume that an operator can be there at midnight on day 1, and an operator is there the moment the test is complete and can swap in another well. So roughly 4 days per test to get it complete, entered, etc. So 6 times 4, 24 days. You only got 25 to 26 to get it done. You are hard pressed to do anything more than only complete the tests that must be submitted to the state. So if we adjust this to where we don't have to spend a total of 72 hours per each individual well, that provides room for us to focus on optimization. We can make a gas lift injection rate change, a choke change, a pumping unit change, speed change. We can adjust ESP rates. And then we can take a shorter test and work that in. Furthermore, if we reduce the individual test duration length that can be included in the total 48 hours, we can include those within the test that gets submitted to the state. Currently, those short tests do not get included to the state because they do not meet the criteria of one continuous 72-hour test.
Do you have any concerns, or I guess let me ask you, in your opinion, is the 48-hour testing that you described, is that going to be like at least as accurate as the current 72-hour?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I guess summarize, you get all of the benefits and the efficiencies associated with the 48-hour testing, but you're not going to sacrifice any of the accuracy. It's going to be at least as accurate as the 72.
Absolutely, and we believe actually that it likely will improve the following of the decline curve much more closely due to the increased frequency of tests taken instead of roughly one a month.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Parrish. I'd offer the exhibit.
Exhibit is received and admitted. Staff have any questions?
Grayson Mills, as you indicated, requested for this same tank battery 24-hour per month test, correct?
That's correct.
And in that, Grayson Mills indicated that a 24-hour test consecutive would be suffice and would work, and provided documentation that worked with the commission, of which it was approved. How did we go from Grayson Mills saying 24 hours was correct and would allow everything that you're stating now to needing 48 hours to do it?
So the difference between the 24 and the 48, so we still believe that the 24 likely would be sufficient. We agree with that. Multiple tests adding up to 24 hours or an individual 24-hour test do believe accurately represents production for the well, and can provide allocation for that. So the reason that we are back asking again, and we are asking for 48, is in the order we received for the 24-hour testing, some particular language was included that required us to complete comparisons between a test we just took and a test we took 30 days ago, or the last submitted test to the state, and then compare that to a 10% range. If it's outside the range, we must then take another test within 48 hours and then compare it to the test we took 2 days ago. If it's outside 10% variance, we have to take a third test. And so we end up taking up to 72 hours anyway, in some cases, not all cases, in some cases. So that has proved to be burdensome to a significant degree. We currently have maybe 6 or 7 CTBs under that particular approval, and we will not be requesting any more of those due to the burdensome nature of maintaining that language that was provided in the original 24 that you're describing there.
So in this proposal, if you did shorter duration tests, and you had indicated that gives you the ability to adjust your facility, make operational changes, what's the event that your follow-up test, so you take a test for 6 hours, if I'm understanding you right, you would do additional tests until you equal your 48 hours total?
Correct.
So what happens when your tests come up with a percentage difference from the prior tests? Is Grayson Mills just hand-picking which tests they're going to submit to the state, or which one to allocate that well on? Or are they doing an overall average?
So what we've asked for in this particular one is we want to sum up the tests and supply them to the state as one total test included. And that's somewhat due to the manual nature of the entries into the North Star system at this time. If that were to change, or if at any time y'all would like to see each individual test, we can of course provide those, but we may have 8 6-hour tests, we may have 2 24-hour tests, but we are committing to provide at least 2 tests. If there are variances between tests, those are of course monitored and looked at. That is part of an engineer's daily job is to understand why the well tests produce the results they produce. We, at times, recognize measurement issues during those tests, and the test results prove that, and then we address them and correct it. So we're monitoring the test rates, and if a variance comes out and there is no good reason for it, we may choose to remove that test. If we remove that test, that would not be included in the allocation scheme at all. If we determine there's a measurement issue, if we determine that it is incorrect measurement for any reason. However, these are horizontal, unconventional wells. Variations in production do occur. And certainly, if we were to make a change in an ESP speed, we expect a change. That's what we're looking for. We just don't think that we should be penalized for seeing a change just because, even when we were expecting the change, you know, if that makes sense. You know, if we open the choke, we expect a change. That doesn't mean it requires double the tests. We were expecting that change, so it's something that we were looking for.
Is this proposal, are you aware, is this approved or allowed, I should say, through API standard as far as an appropriate, accurate measurement for allocation methods?
So as far as duration, the API standards recommend no shorter than 4 hours. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I would like to know, you know, in your professional opinion, does API standard for allocation of a well, does this proposal from Grayson Mills meet that?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And you were started there, stopped, that you said that API standard allows for no shorter than a 4-hour test?
They recommend that tests used for allocation are no longer than 4 hours in duration.
And do they recommend multiple tests after well changes have been made in that, or is it not stated?
They do recommend you take a new test if a production altering operation is performed, so to speak. So if you're changing set rates on your ESPs, if you're speeding them up, slowing them down, you should take a new test to see what the results are.
I don't see this in the documents we have, and if I'm missing it, please let me know, but I guess I'll stand correct to that in your G 1, 2, and 3 there. You're talking about the summing, and I want to make sure I'm correct. Is that where you're referring to as far as taking the multiple tests and then summing those up for your total allocation factor?
So G describes the way the software functions. When a test is entered, it produces a daily theoretical production rate is what it's called in the program. And the pad, of course, produces a volume. That pad volume is then split based on these daily factors that you're seeing written about right there in G.
So what is Grayson Mills' percentage different? You indicated that if they assume they'll see a change in their prior test, what's their percentage that they, internal percentage they allow that they would say that test can be thrown out or not used, maybe a better word?
Yeah, so it has a lot more to do with the context of the situation than anything else. So if we have a well that is producing with an ESP speed that is constant during the duration prior to the test, the same as the last test, the same as this test, same after the test, and we see a wild swing, it may be something for us to investigate. But if we see a reasonably consistent rate that does not surprise us, then we may, there is no investigation that we might do.
Well, I guess that's what my question, what's Grayson Mills acceptable for not surprising you? As you know, the commission is tasked with ensuring that all royalties are paid and all mineral owners are protected, and that it, as our regulation states, that the measurement is accurately determined in a diverse ownership situation. And, you know, Grayson Mills may have a percentage that they feel isn't scary as to why that's changing, but when a mineral owner calls and the commission's tasked to ensure they're being...
All wells. There would always be wells that produce in a different fashion than that. We have wells that are on pumping unit that slug up the casing at times. We have wells that do not. They're very, very consistent. So I think as far as one set variance that would be appropriate for all wells. There's not one specific one that would work for all of them. So it's part of an engineer's daily duty to understand his wells, and an artificial lift optimizer to understand his wells, his or her wells. And if those changes in the well tests are outside the norm for that well, then it's something that they should investigate. It's something that they should know. It's kind of part of their daily duties.
The commission has put a lot of time into this and has taken the fact that every operator operates their wells in multiple different methods and manners, and has to ensure, as I just indicated, that all royalties and mineral owners are protected. Hence the reason the commission has used the method that it has in the past. I know we've approved some different frequencies of those testings over time based on different things. Again, in this situation, not really hearing what's acceptable, in that fact that every well is different kind of reiterates the fact of why the commission has used somewhat of a standard test method. And I understand what Grayson Mills is saying as far as the fact that now you have so many wells in a tank battery that your physical time within a given month's test period is making that challenging. Does Grayson Mills have something they could submit to the commission as far as showing how they've done a similar, I don't know if Grayson Mills even has, but have done similar testing to this and collected that data to be able to show to us that maybe that percentage change over those different tests is a minimal amount, or maybe the commission will take a percentage and set that in the order and say anything over this, it needs to be recalculated or refactored? Is that something that can be provided?
So you're asking that we test some in this fashion or
Correct.
provide
Has Grayson Mills done any testing and collected data that they could provide to the commission?
There is some data that I think we could provide that may be helpful.
I think that should be supplemented so that the commission can decide whether or not that those tests and that possibility of that change is acceptable to what the commission will do. If the commission simply stated it as a 48-hour test per month with one submitted test, would your testing method of 6 hours, I guess maybe back up, 48 hours total per month is what I should state, would that not essentially be stating the same thing as to what you're requesting here, in the sense that you can make your test frequency however long as you have one test that equals the 48-hour total, or reporting as one test for 48 hours?
Yes, yeah, I think so.
Are all of the wells, at least in this tank battery, are they metered, or do these go into, and I'm sure you have it here, I'm sorry you got a lot of information, but do these go into Vulcan tests, a test treater, or is there meters on that test treater when that well's isolated into that?
There are meters on the test treater when the well is isolated. It's a bulk and test facility.
And those meters are approved monthly?
I'm not sure the frequency,
Quarterly.
but they are maintained, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
If the commission ultimately decides to deny the request for 48 hours, does Grayson Mills still want the deferred application order for this, for these wells?
That would be the 24-hour testing with the variance.
Right. So let me rephrase that, since we already have these approved. If we denied the 48 hours, but we went with some other orders that we've had where we said a total of 72 hours, would that be something Grayson Mill would be willing to accept?
We would look at one of those to see which one seems to fit best.
Can you go through the procedure as far as, when a well is decided to go on test, as far as you had talked about it being onerous with the previous one, as far as, the engineer decides, hey, this well needs a test, that gets relayed to the field personnel, and then once it's put on test, the time frame for it to be validated under your guys' current standards as far as acceptable test, and then just describe that overall procedure.
So each month, the first thing that happens is we prepare a batch of emails for every CTB that it falls into this particular approval. And so an email will be sent to the lease operator that says, this is the test we submitted the prior month. Here's plus 10% and here's minus 10%. Begin. And the operators then begin cycling through each well. They put the first well in test. They will review the result and determine if it falls within the 10% variance. If it does, then they move on to the next well. And they may have already moved on to the next well as well. Since there's 48 hours to complete or to begin the next one, we may have already thrown another well in there just to try and get it done more quickly. But they will get the well test, determine whether or not it falls into the plus 10% variance, plus or minus 10% variance, and then if it does not, they put it back in test immediately. We run through this process with every single one of these wells as quickly as we can. And then the next step will be the engineers are constantly evaluating these tests as they come in. And when the engineers notice something that they deem as curious, they will request the operators to go back and put that well in test again. That may be a quick 8-hour test. They may be out there in the morning, throw it in test, come back in the afternoon, and may swap another one if there are multiple that the engineer wants to look at. And we will begin kind of the optimization process after that. We say, okay, we're going to test this one again. Maybe it looks like we got a hole in tubing or something like that. And we'll throw it back in test, see if we notice the same trend or was that prior test an anomaly. And then they will cycle through every day, another well in test until the month is up, and then we begin it all over again the following month. But our mission is to have a well in test every single day.
Who determines when to start the test? Because, as Manual Petroleum Measurement Standards state, you have to purge the system and then wait for flow stabilization. So when that pumper goes, or the field personnel goes on site, puts the well on test, when is it determined you actually start measuring that well after the system's been purged and the flow has been stabilized?
That's usually handled by the operator on location.
Okay. So then he just puts the well on test leads, comes back later on the day, and then puts it on. So, okay. And Grayson Mill feels that a minimum of 6 hours would suffice for the well to be, for the system to be purged, the well to be stable, to start the test, all within that 6 hours.
That 6 hours is for the duration of the well test,
Okay.
not of the.
So they'll throw it on test, and then they'll wait for that stuff to happen. Then they'll start the test. Then
That might be the way they follow it. I'm not the lease operator, but the operator will handle the pre-test procedures, and then they begin a test, and then that test duration will be a minimum of 6 hours. That's what we're requesting there.
So on your, just so I can fully understand, the procedure you said for 10% as far as for, you're basing that off of what the current order that's approved for these wells, right? For the previous ones where we stated 10% within.
That's right.
Okay. So, if this was to switch to that minimum of 6 hours, you guys would follow on a well-dependent basis as far as how is, the production signature over the life of the well, as far as for setting up those standards, because as I'm sure you've read in, the Manual Petroleum Measurement Standards, they suggest a production signature to,
Yes.
For each individual well
That's
for a history, so you can set up those parameters.
That's correct. Yes, we would be looking at the well's production signature. Correct. And where we're trying to get here is, so there are other orders where all of this is essentially the same, but there is no 10% variance check required. We're asking for that with 48 hours.
And again, if the commission doesn't decide or denies the 48 hours, if we did that but made it 72 hours, would Grayson Mill be okay with that?
It would not be what we prefer, but yes. We do believe that the 72 still presents the situation where we have 6 wells, they must all be 72 hours. That's 24 days, and we've only got 25, 26, 27 days to make that happen. So that still presents a little crunch time, but the being able to use our, quote, optimization tests of 6 hours or more does help.
Can you describe your procedure for the optimization tests? So do you guys make the choke changes, you know, make the speed changes in your ESP, gas lift rates, stuff like that, and then you wait for, you know, a certain time for that well to start performing in that manner, then throw the test? Or do you guys do it right away? So you put the choke changes on, you throw it and test right away?
There is some time in between. I'm not sure what that time difference is between when the change is made and when the test begins. It's soon. It's not a long time. I would say within an hour or two, we're probably starting a test.
So changes are not made during the well test then?
Correct. No,
Okay.
we do not make any changes during the test.
Okay. Also, with what David was requesting, do you guys have any data to kind of compare 48-hour versus 72-hour to see, you know, the accuracy, the difference between each one, whether the 48 hours more accurate or the 72 hours, you know, just as accurate, or maybe, you know, in your case, probably potentially could be worse, right? So do you guys have any data like that you could supply with what David requests in the comparisons?
I think we have some that we could supply now. We did supply much of that data in the prior requests, and so that is available, I would presume. So if that doesn't answer the questions, we'd be happy to provide more.
Okay. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Clay, on your first page, I want to, under item number 2, 2A says each well shall be tested a minimum of 48 hours each month. And those could be 6 8-hour tests. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the second line, it says each well shall complete a minimum of 2 individual tests per month. So if you have a 6-hour test and things happen, so you can't do the 8 tests, then would the other tests be 42 hours?
It's a possibility, and what we're mentioning there is that we think frequency is important. So 2 tests doubles the frequency of one 72-hour test here, and so we think that's important. So it could be one 8-hour test and one 40-hour test. It could be a 6-hour and a 42. It could be 2 24s. That provides the operator flexibility to operate given whatever circumstances may occur for that given month.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? So how long do you anticipate you need to submit additional data?
So, Clay, that data that Mr. Tabor and Mr. Christensen asked for, how long do you think we'd need to be able to get that filed with the commission? A couple of weeks?
We could do it in a couple of weeks, I'm sure.
2 weeks, Mr. Examiner?
All right, so we'll hold the record open on this case until October 11th. Anything else, council?
No, Mr. Examiner.
That'll close today's hearing, or close today's hearing on case number 30333, but we'll keep the hearing record open for 2 additional weeks. With that, I think I'll just need to let's take a quick break, 5 or 10 minute break. Go off the record, please. We'll go back on the record at 11:13. I've received a request to consolidate the hearings for case number 30334 and case number 30335. Any issues with that from staff? All right, so case number 30334 is an application of Foundation Energy Management LLC for an order allowing the 2002 FVP Agate B number 1 well, file number 15047 on a 640-acre spacing unit in the Bicentennial Bird Bear Pool described as Section 34, Township 144 North, Range 103 West, Golden Valley County, North Dakota, to be recompleted with the curved build section open hole through the Bakken Pool as an exception to Commission Order numbers 29,703 and 30,389, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Case number 30335 is an application of Foundation Energy Management LLC for an order allowing the 9210 JVP Barkland number 2H well, file number 15762 on a 640-acre spacing unit in the Beaver Creek Bird Bear Pool described as the east half of Section 36, Township 143 North, Range 103 West, and the east half of Section 1, Township 142 North, Range 103 West, in Golden Valley County in North Dakota, to be recompleted with the curved build section open hole through the Bakken Pool as an exception to Commission Order number 29703 and 32390, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Council.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in these cases on behalf of Foundation Energy Management, LLC. Mr. Examiner, I'm going to have 4 witnesses testifying in these consolidated cases. Lee Garvey, Kenny Daniel, Dominic Grapondo, and Lance Bentley. And Mr. Daniel is here live in the hearing room. The other 3 witnesses are on the line now. And Mr. Examiner, just you've consolidated these for purpose of hearing, just to clarify. So we've got separate exhibit packets for each case, 3334 and 3335. What Foundation is looking for, they're looking for identical relief in both cases. It's just, and what they want to do is be able to develop the bird bear re-entering these existing wells, and they don't want to have the restriction of having to isolate the Bakken or, case through the Bakken when they do so. But with respect to the exhibits, exhibit number 1 in each packet, the land exhibit, will be different. So I'll have Mr. Garvey, the landman, cover when he testifies, exhibit number 1 in both cases. Then he'll also cover exhibit number 2, but exhibit number 2 through the remainder of the exhibit packet, those are essentially all identical. So I'll just kind of go through the 33, 34, since they're identical, and kind of go from there. But the relief that we're seeking in both cases is identical. It's just that they will be re-entering different existing well bores. So,
All right, Council, you can call your first witness.
Lee Garvey will be the first witness.
All right, could you raise your right hand, please? Mr. Garvey? Are you on the line?
Lee, are you there? Can you hear the hearing examiner?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Lee, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yeah, my name is Lee Garvey. I'm employed by Foundation Energy Management. I serve as the senior land manager for the company. Our address is 5057 Keller Springs Road, Suite 650, Addison, Texas 75001.
Lee, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with these cases?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Garvey be received as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
And Lee, if I can have you take a look at exhibit number 1 in case 30334 first. And if you can, I guess, identify, the spacing unit for that well that you're looking to re-enter, and then the working interest.
Sure. Yeah. So 640 acre spacing unit in section 34 comprised of 2 separate tracks. The first track being the northwest quarter and also the south half of section 34. The working interest breakdown is as follows. Foundation Energy has 50% as to all depths, and Evolution Petroleum has the other 50% as to all depths. The minerals are owned by the United States of America. In the northeast quarter of that section 34 is the other mineral tract comprising 160 acres. The working interest owners are White Rock Oil and Gas, White Rock Oil and Gas Partners, Minexco, Knox Industries, Catherine Cohn Keck, Mid-America Resources, Inc., and Mission Resources Corporation, and then also 1987, 1 STEA Limited Partnership, and 1987, 6 STEA Limited Partnership. The minerals are owned by Robert F. Boyce, George R. Boyce, and Shirley Boyce as trustees of the G&S Boyce Revocable Trust.
Lee, just real quick, Evolution Petroleum Corporation, is that a partner of yours, or are they on board with what you're doing, or can you explain that relationship?
They are a partner of ours,
Okay.
and yes, they are on board.
Okay. Then if I can have you move on to that exhibit number 1 in 30335, and for that Barkland well, and just have you go through the working interest and mineral ownership for that one.
Sure. So this is also going to be a proposed 640 acre spacing unit comprising of the east half of section 36 in Township 143 North, Range 103 West, and also the east half of section 1 in Township 142 North, Range 103 West. There's 3 separate mineral tracts in said unit. The first one being the northeast corner of section 36. The working interest owners are Foundation Energy and Evolution Petroleum Corporation. The minerals are owned by the state of North Dakota. As it pertains to the southeast quarter of section 36, again, the working interest owners are Foundation Energy and Evolution Petroleum Corporation, each owning 50% as to all depths, and the minerals being that of the state of North Dakota. And then as we move south into the east half of section 1 in Township 142 North, Range 103 West, again, the working interest owners are Foundation Energy and Evolution Petroleum Corporation, each owning 50% as to all depths, and the minerals being owned by Burlington Resources, 100%.
Okay. Let's move on to exhibit number 2, and again, this will be the same in both packets, but we've kind of been down this road before in the past, and I think if you can kind of walk us through the history of kind of Foundation in North Dakota and kind of your activities in this area, I think along with what, Kenny and the others will subsequently provide, I think it might kind of help kind of provide some context and maybe, show that we've maybe alleviated some of the concerns that, a former operator had on impacts to Bakken development. So I guess with that, if you can kind of walk us through exhibit number 2.
Yeah, sure. So when we first entered the basin, it was back in 2015. We acquired some interest from Whiting Oil and Gas, and a lot of these assets were in the southwestern portion of North Dakota. And when we acquired those assets in 2015, they were specific to the Bird Bear and Red River formations. Shortly thereafter, our acquisition, Whiting had retained the rights to the Three Forks and Pronghorn, and subsequently thereafter had conveyed those rights to MP Resources. And so they kind of severed the formations and ownership in the existing wellbores and DSUs. Foundation owning the deeper rights and MP having the shallower rights, or like I said, the Three Forks and Pronghorn formation. And so after that, back in 2019, MP Resources had brought case number 27256 before the commission, asking for casing to be run across Bakken Formation, the Bakken Formation, to isolate the bird bear and Bakken formations. And back subsequently thereafter in 2019, the commission delivered order number 29703, ruling in favor of setting the casing over the Bakken pool and limiting the spacing in the DSU. And then, so subsequently again thereafter in 2021, Foundation Energy, we acquired MP Resources, and we were able to kind of put the package back together again in regards to the rights. So we acquired the Three Forks and Pronghorn right, and kind of put everything back together as it was when Whiting originally operated. And now, as we've got to 2022, we're trying to amend certain orders so we can effectively develop the bird bear formation again.
I don't have any further questions for Mr. Garvey. I'd offer exhibits 1 and 2 in each case.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Staff have any questions?
Lee, on your exhibit 1 in both cases, well, I guess exhibit 1 in case 30334, there still are depth severed minerals?
Yes, there are. There's different ownership between the Bakken and non-Bakken formations, and some of those interests are burdened by overriding royalty interests.
So if it's depicted as 50% to all depths or 100% to all depths, those do not contain depth severed minerals then?
Not for the northwest quarter and south half of section, 34?
Yes.
Correct.
Order 29703. I guess that's more to do with completing the wells. There's certain restrictions there for completing the wells if they're open hole. Notice requirements.
Okay.
So paragraph 3 says horizontal wells in the Ash Coulee, Beaver Creek, Bicentennial, Cooks Peak, Demore, Morgan Draw, and Roosevelt Bird Bear pools proposed to be completed after April 26, 2021, with the curb build section open hole within the Bakken pool shall only be allowed if authorized after due notice and hearing, including notice to any working interest owners with rights to the Bakken pool. Was that done?
We have not given notice to the other working interest owners in the Bakken pool.
So Wade, do we have a notice issue here?
I think what we're asking for is relief from, from that, as kind of like Kenny and Lance and some of the others, I think will present, that it's really not a necessary provision based on kind of the Bakken, like the evaluation that they've done on the Bakken and future production and some of those concerns that were kind of raised and then kind of, incorporated into the order, that those types of notice provisions aren't really necessary or, appropriate any longer. That's what we're kind of trying to seek relief from.
So you're seeking relief from running casing and the notice issue?
Essentially, yes.
Probably more so the casing than the notice.
Well, we'll hear the testimony, but I guess if there is a notice issue that you may be required to rectify that post-hearing.
Sure. So that would be limited to case 30334, with respect to the northeast quarter 34.
It appears that might be true, yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions from staff? All right, thank you. You may call your next witness.
Next witness is Kenny Daniel.
All right, Mr. Daniel, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Kenny, can I have you state your name for the record?
Kenneth Daniel,
And by whom are you employed?
Foundation Energy Management LLC.
And what capacity?
I am, my title is Geologist 4,
Okay. And what's your business address?
5057 Keller Springs Road, Suite 650, Addison, Texas, 75001.
Okay. And Kenny, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And Kenny, do you have familiarity with the geology kind of relating to the relief that we're requesting in each of these cases?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Daniel be received as that of an expert in these cases.
Motion's granted.
And Kenny, let's start with your exhibit number 3. If you can kind of walk us through that map and tell us what we're looking at here.
Okay, this is a base map showing Foundation's acreage position in the area. Also, they're supposed to be blue. They look kind of black here, but the black lines are the horizontal bird bear A laterals. The red dots on the wells, that is where they actually did a casing exit, open hole to the bird bear. There was no casing over the Bakken interval at that point. The two stars on there, that's the agate, but I think you called it the agate, the B1, and then located up in 144 North, 103 West, and then down in 142 North, 103 West. That's the Barkland 2H drilling unit down there. And you can, basically the kind of the northwest-southeast trending line, that's generally the axis of the Beaver Creek anticline from well control. We don't have any seismic data over this area.
So there are a number of existing bird bear wells that don't have lining through the Bakken pool.
Yes, that is
Correct.
true.
Okay.
That is true, yeah.
Let's move on to Exhibit 4.
Exhibit 4 is the same map showing all the horizontal wells that were drilled in the area, and it's had a couple different generations of drilling. Once again, it shows Foundation's acreage position in the area. It shows the axis of the Beaver Creek anticline. It shows the bird bear A horizontal laterals is shown in the blue. The Bakken shale horizontal, and that's basically going back and looking at the mud logs. They were drilled in the Bakken shale, and that kind of took place, I'd say 90s, mid 90s, and then the bird bear for the most part was kind of early 2000s to mid 2000s, and then the Three Forks pronghorn horizontal. That's really kind of, I'd say, early 2010s, like 10, 11, 12, kind of in that area. And so they've kind of had, different histories of development in the area. So initially it was just vertical wells kind of penetrating, targeting the Red River and other formations, and they would notice shows and stuff in the Bird Bear, for example, and then in the Bakken they would see some shows as well. Pronghorn Three Forks with the modern technology came to drill, and initially most of the wells on the Pronghorn Three Forks, a lot of that was kind of initiated by Whiting Oil and Gas, and then after NP acquired those rights to those formations, they came in and drilled about 7 wells, trying to work a development plan. Price of oil, the results of the wells, basically it was uneconomic, and they abandoned that, and we acquired those rights.
And Kenny, you're familiar with the order 29703 that Mr. Bohr referenced, correct?
Yes.
And it seems that some of the restrictions or concerns that resulted in some of the restrictions in that order were based on concerns about the impact of what you want to do on future Bakken production, correct?
Yes, that is correct. So I think NP's concern was that the open hole curve section of the Bird Bears would affect their development. They had I think generally like 4 wells per 1280 drilling unit, and so they felt like that would hurt their development plans, and also where they're drilling their laterals kind of nearby a curve section, that they might have to hold back on their fracs or change the structure a little bit, but I mean, just kind of looking at the wells, the wells that were drilled, most of the Bird Bear wells were all drilled for the most part by Whiting, and we acquired those. We have not drilled, Foundation has not drilled any Bird Bear laterals, but looking through the mud logs, I didn't see, through these casing exits, drilling through the Bakken, and then drilling the laterals, I didn't see any major losses or gains from the Bakken, which I think NP testified to, that there would be a pressure differential. I didn't see any major drilling issues that would suggest that.
And Kenny, have you, I guess, evaluated this area for future Bakken production?
I have, yes. Yeah, I've looked at a lot of wells.
Yeah, maybe let's, I guess, move on to exhibit number 5, and kind of with that in mind to kind of give your assessment as to whether, there will be future Bakken development in this area, whether it be economic or you anticipate to see.
Yeah. So my thought in this area is, you're coming out of the basin to the southwest, and you kind of lose your lower Bakken shale and middle Bakken formation, and you're kind of preserved with a little bit of upper Bakken shale, and I believe that's the source rock for this play in the Bakken Three Forks Pronghorn area. But this exhibit here, so it's a upper Bakken shale isopac. It's a contour interval of 1 foot, and you can see where it pinches out to the southwest, and then probably within our acreage for the most part, we're looking at a maximum of 5 feet of Bakken shale. The location of the agate and the Barkland, I mean, you're going to probably be in that 2 to 3 foot of Bakken shale. I don't think it's going to contribute to that Bakken or to the Bird Bear production, and I don't, based on the thickness of that Bakken shale, I don't believe there's going to be any Bird Bear, or Three Forks Bakken development. Not from Foundation. We don't see it as economic.
So some of those concerns then expressed in order 29703, in your opinion, are probably alleviated without that, any further Bakken production?
Yeah, I think it would be really difficult to economically develop the Bakken Three Forks pronghorn in this area, even with the modern completions.
Sure. But move on to Exhibit 6 then. Take us through that one.
Okay, this is just a Bakken shell structure, contour interval of 25 feet. Once again, showing the foundation acreage position, showing the bird bear laterals with no liner set over the Bakken pool. Generally, it's dipping into the basin. It's going from southwest to northeast. And you can kind of see where you'll see a little bit of reflection of the Beaver Creek anticline and a little bit of the structural nose. And the location of the agate and the Barkland.
And then let's move on to Exhibit 7, type log.
Yes, and this has been shown in some of our other cases. Basically, it's just showing the bird bear section, and we divide it into 3 intervals. You have a C3, which is basically the top of the bird bear A, C2, which is going to be our horizontal target. Normally, you'll have some good porosity developed there, and then C1, occasionally you have some porosity. And then what we call the bird bear B, it's where you kind of have the massive carbonate with some good dolomitic porosity in the middle. And this happens to be the agate B number 1, which is offsetting the B2.
And then finally, moving on to your Exhibit number 8.
Okay, and this was shown in a previous case as well. And this is just kind of the definition of the Bakken pool in the bicentennial field. It's where you have 150 feet above the top of the Bakken formation to 50 feet below the Three Forks. And you can see here, you're probably looking at maybe 2 feet of Bakken shell in that point. And the Three Forks, from what I've seen just in looking at mud logs and production in this area, there's a little resistivity marker kind of, around the 310 area. And that gets into what I would call the middle Three Forks. And I have not seen production from that in this zone. So there's really very little upper Three Forks. It doesn't appear to have a lot of pronghorn and maybe a couple feet of Bakken shell in this area. And then you can see the bird bear formation. We would be targeting the bird bear A.
That's all the questions that I have for Mr. Daniel. I'd offer Exhibits 3 through 8.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions from staff?
Kenneth, I'm looking at first we'll start in the south, a continental well that was drilled from section 36, 143, 103.
Yes.
And that well has made 483,000 barrels of oil out of the Bakken.
Yes, and that's probably one of the better wells. You're kind of moving into slightly thicker, upper Bakken shell, but even at 400,000 barrels, that's uneconomic at today's drilling cost and oil pricing. And Lance will get into the economics of these wells. I mean, I believe that's probably the best well in the area, and it's uneconomic.
And there's a foundation well that was drilled from the southwest corner of 34.
Of which township?
This is on the north now. It's in, I'll make sure it's in 34. Southeast of 33, 144, 103. And
Okay.
that well's made 463,000 barrels of oil.
And that well, so I'm sorry, 144 north, 103 west?
Correct.
And what was the section?
33.
33. Okay, so in 33, from the Bakken Shale, you're saying?
It's I don't know what the exact target was, but it's drilled in the Bakken pool.
Okay. Well, the one, I'm just showing one horizontal on my map here. I'm showing Bakken Shale interval, and that was probably wasn't drilled by Foundation. We operate it now. I suspect it was. I'd have to go back and look at the well.
It might have been drilled by Whiting.
You're saying in section 33,
Correct.
so adjacent to the agate section,
Correct.
correct? Yeah. So I'm showing that to be a Bakken Shale well, kind of along the axis of the anticline. And then if you were to look at,
Well, it was drilled, it was put on production 2012, so I doubt it was a Bakken shale well.
that's funny. I'm missing that well.
So you're telling me 2 wells that made almost 500,000 barrels of oil each are uneconomic?
Yes, I think we have to have, and like I said, Lance will get into this later, but I believe you have to have over 500,000 barrels.
You don't think they're gonna make 500,000?
I'm not an engineer. I haven't done the decline, but like I said, Lance has a type curve on that, and we can get into more detail about that.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Any additional questions? All right, thank you. Councilman McCullough, your next witness.
Yeah, Dominic Grapondo.
All right, are you on the line, sir?
Yes, I am.
So please raise your right hand, and do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Dominic, can I have you state your name for the record and spell it for us as well?
Dominic Grapondo, Dominic, last name Grippando.
And Dominic, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Foundation Energy Management LLC, and I am a drilling and completions engineer.
And Dominic, what's your business address?
5057 Keller Springs Road, Suite 650, Addison, Texas 75001.
And have you previously testified before this commission?
No.
Can I have you just briefly take us through your educational background and relevant work experience as a drilling engineer?
Yes, graduated Bachelor's of Petroleum Engineering from University of Tulsa in 2016. Since then, I've worked for a couple different service companies on the frac side, and then a smaller operator based out of Tulsa. And then for the past 18 months, I've been employed by Foundation Energy.
Okay. And Dominic, are you familiar with the proposed recompletions, bird bear recompletions that we're looking at for each of these wells today?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Grapondo be received as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
And Dominic, I think we'd be looking at this essentially the same kind of drilling completion procedure for both wells in both cases, correct?
Yes.
So let's just go ahead then and look at your exhibit number 9 in case 30334. And if you can just kind of walk us through what the recompletion is going to look like.
Yeah, so high-level procedure, we'll rig up, make a clean-out run, run a dummy whipstock downhole to make sure we can get down. Then we'll pick up our real whipstock, run it in to our proposed depths, orient it, mill our window. Then we'll trip out, pick up our directional tools, run back in and build our curve,
then we'll drill our lateral to proposed TD. In these cases, roughly 5,000 feet. Then we'll make our wiper trip, perform cleanup cycles, and then trip out a hole.
Okay.
And then the extra steps required to run and cement the liner. Pick up our liner assembly, which will consist of liner hanger, 4.5-inch casing, stage tool, packer. And then we'll run that in, set the liner hanger, inflate our packer, shift our tool open. Then we'll pump our cement job, trip out, and then drill out our cement.
Okay. And Dominic, there's some obvious, economic concerns with respect to being able to develop the bird bear. If you're required to do the liner, and Lance will cover that. But apart from the economics, can you maybe describe, some of the benefits and also then the risks if you're required to do the isolation through the Bakken?
Yeah, so some of the risks, you're adding just extra steps, putting more tools down hole, which always can lead to total wellbore obstruction. Some of those, maybe your stage tool doesn't open, you can't pump your cement job, you got to pull your liner back out. You could, cement off your drill string. You could, in any of those could be compounded with if your whipstock shifts or something like that, and then you can't get any of the failed tools back out of the hole. So there's quite a few risks in running it.
And then, Dominic, in addition to the obviously the economics, being able to develop economically the bird bear, without that liner, there's some other sort of like benefits from a technical standpoint that you've identified?
Yes. Obviously, less risk of damaging the reservoir. You're not putting cement down hole on your reservoir. Potential to commingle in the future. And then it also opens up the ability to utilize different tools, resistivity, azimuthal gamma, things like that.
Sure. And then, Dominic, let's move on to Exhibit 10. Here we do have, different exhibits for each case. So let's start with Exhibit number 10 in 30334 for that agate.
Yeah, so Exhibit 10 here shows the existing Bakken lateral in orange. And then below that is our proposed lateral in purple. That will be the bird bear lateral. Roughly 162 feet TVD difference between the two.
Okay. And then moving on to that Exhibit 10 in 30335 for the Barkland.
Yeah, so Exhibit 10 there for the Barkland. You've got two existing laterals. One is kind of sidetracked out of the other. Lateral 2 sidetracked out of the lateral 1. And both of those are in blue. And then our proposed bird bear lateral is in purple. And we're roughly 1,400 feet from kickoff down to landing point there.
I have no further questions for Mr. Grapondo. I'd offer Exhibits 9 and 10 in each case.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Questions from staff?
Dominic, on your Exhibit 10 and 30335, this is a cross-sectional view, I assume?
Yes, it's attempting to show a 3D representation of the existing well bores and our proposed well bore.
So what's the significance of drilling down to the Bird Bear A and then looking like it goes?
Bruce, may I answer this question? Mark, I'm sorry, Mark, sorry. This was generated by me, and it was coming out of our steering software, StarSteer. And so what I was trying to illustrate so that you could see all the laterals, and so it's rotated. North would be kind of, the Bird Bear would be pointing toward the north, if that makes sense.
I guess so. So Dominic, in this well, you would be leaving the Madison pool open and the Bakken pool open?
The plan would be to drill out of the bottom of the Madison, leave the casing kind of right at the bottom of the Madison.
So it's not clear from this exhibit. I mean, it looks like if you have to kick off it towards the upper part of the curve, wouldn't that leave the Madison, a significant portion of the Madison open?
Yes, the original plan is for us to leave the bottom of the Madison.
And you don't think that?
Yeah, it's in the illustration.
You don't think that's going to give up any fluid?
Potentially.
What, is that well producing right now?
No, this well is currently T8.
So are there two wells on that pad?
It's just one well with a open hole sidetrack out of the lateral.
So there's a Barkland #1 well on that pad?
No. They're on two separate pads.
They're side by side?
Yes.
So essentially, and the one that has the blue L, that's the Barkland 1 or 2H?
That's the 2H.
And that well's made 382,000 barrels of water?
Yes.
And last production was roughly 100 barrels of water a day?
Yes.
Is that well stimulated?
I don't believe so, no.
So will the blue L porosity, as you have depicted on this picture, will that be open hole in your, if you drill down to the Bird Bear?
Yes, but it will be, very little of it, probably 4 foot.
And you think that's going to produce?
Maybe very little.
And what are you basing that on?
Just the fact that it's in TA status and it's made very little from having thousands of feet of open lateral.
So it was 100 barrels of water a day from it was producing when it was TA'd. You don't think that's going to produce very much water if you leave it open hole in this proposed well bore?
Again, that's hundreds of barrels of water from thousands of feet of open hole.
Do both these wells have 7-inch casing or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, thank you, sir. Counsel, let me call your next witness.
Next witness is Lance Bentley.
Mr. Bentley, are you on the line?
Yes, sir.
Please raise your right hand, and do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Lance, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Lance Bentley, VP of Engineering and Geosciences, by Foundation Energy Management, LLC. Address is 5057 Keller Springs Road, Suite 650, Addison, Texas, 75001.
And Lance, have you previously testified before this commission?
No, I've not.
Why don't I have you briefly take us through your educational background and relevant work experience?
Okay. I graduated from the University of Oklahoma in 2012 with a degree in petroleum engineering. Been working for Foundation since that time, so been over 10 years now. Have worked primarily in production operations. I've been in a managerial role since 2018, kind of overseeing production operations, completions, and reservoir. Spent some time in operations as well as an operations superintendent from 2015 to 2017. But other than that, have been in an engineering position.
And Lance, are you familiar with and have evaluated the bird bear development in the area, and specifically the re-entries in these wells to facilitate that development?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Bentley be received as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
And Lance, you've heard some of the testimony and some of the questions with respect to kind of economics, and I guess with respect to the first slide, exhibit number 11, kind of Bakken Pool economics in the area. Can you kind of address Mr. Bohr's question and then walk us through exhibit 11?
Yes, sir. Yes, I can. So it's Exhibit 11. This is looking at the 11 most recent wells drilled in our acreage. So those are the wells drilled by NP, the ones that I'm most familiar with, that we've spent the most time studying. There definitely are wells in this area that have cumed more than this average EUR. Again, some wells in the 500 range. But again, those are most certainly outliers. Your average EUR is going to be, again, pretty much what I'm showing here, 300. I think when I start pulling in more wells, when I pull in pretty much every well, my average EUR drops. Now, of course, a lot of that is because I'm pulling in older wells with shorter laterals and older stimulation techniques. But to answer a question that was posed earlier, do I think that we could drill a well that made over 500,000 barrels? I think yes. If we drilled 50 wells, you probably get a couple. But I think your average is going to be far lower than that. And like I'm showing here on this exhibit, would not have an economic program. I did some sensitivities. I kind of looked at what had been done in the past as far as D&C cost. The average for those wells was $10 million. Now, again, a lot of those were single wells. So we kind of looked at it. Well, in the beginning, it was also 5 years ago, so you have inflation coming into play. But we did some internal estimates. If you were to do 3-4 well pads and actually do a program, what's a reasonable D&C cost per well? So that's where I got to $8.5 million. And then we kind of did some volumetric sensitivity off that for different oil EURs. You can see here 300, 400, 500,000. Even at 500,000 and cutting costs, by 20%, 15%, you're still a sub 20% IRR. You can see kind of the shape of the curve. Part of it is, relatively lower IP to the shape that I've seen for the wells in this area, with a little bit flatter decline later in life. We would like to have developed this, kind of continue what NP had started. But we did put quite a bit of time into trying to estimate the impact of a bigger completion or, changing landing zone or this or that. But we really could not find a way to, get an economic expectation for a development program in this area, given, primarily being limited by some of the geological factors that Kenny mentioned in his exhibits.
So, Lance, in your opinion, based on your analysis and evaluation, is there likely to be any significant, Bakken development in the area that's going to be impacted at all by what you're looking to do with the Bird Bear?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's move on to Exhibit 12. Can you walk us through that exhibit?
Yeah, so this is something we've shown before, I know, but this is just our kind of economics and type curve for the Bird Bear development. So kind of what we use to build our type curve. So we're expecting 130,000 barrels plus or minus with an IP around 140 barrels of oil a day. So you're not talking about huge volumes here, relatively small incremental volumes, and for that reason, costs and commodity price are critical to making these economics. So they are sensitive to cost. Show some economic table here at the bottom, showing one without a liner, one with a liner. These are ran the same. The only difference is the one including a liner for some of the kind of technical risks that Dominic was mentioning. I increased the dry hole risk from what is typically 15% to 25%. So higher dry hole along with a $500,000 higher investment for the liner causes the IRR to drop from 45% to 23%. The ROI drops from 2 to less than 1.5. I don't have it written here, but the payout goes from 2 years to 4 years.
So the current restrictions, as they stand, have a significant impact on the economics?
Yes, sir.
And could impact whether or not the Bird Bear can be developed in this area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's move on to exhibit number 13. Kind of take us through.
So this is kind of just
Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, sir. This is a reiteration of kind of what we've talked about and it mentioned in our earlier exhibits and what you mentioned earlier. We see this area as having limited Bakken Three Forks prospectivity, which again we wish it were otherwise. We'd love to go drill some Bakken Three Forks wells out here if we could, and we've looked at it kind of 6 ways to Sunday to make it make sense to justify it. But we do want to go develop. We want to create value. We see opportunity in this area to create value, and we think the best way to do that is with a Bird Bear sidetracks. We see over 60 opportunities from existing well bores that we could capture. And with the economics I showed earlier, that's over $60-70 million of value generation. Not only for ourselves, but obviously for the state and the mineral interest owners. We have seen two different cases today. One of which ownership is the same in the Bakken and Bird Bear pools, and one in which it's not. I know the situation where we have run title, More cases than not, we have seen the same ownership. In these two cases, obviously, it's one out of two. But in cases where they're not, we are definitely happy, willing to notify the appropriate parties. That was mentioned earlier, something that we would need to do. And then along with that, doing the appropriate fingerprint analysis. We've seen wells, that have historically done that in North Dakota, done oil analysis and allocated production accordingly. And in the instance where there are different owners, give them their appropriate revenues.
Okay. And then finally, moving on then, Lance, to exhibit number 14. I think we've kind of addressed this previously, but just the main concern or issue is the isolation or liner requirement through the Bakken. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you're looking, you want to develop the bird bear in, these fields that you've identified, and that's where you're looking for relief from that requirement. You want to be allowed to kind of complete open hole through the Bakken on these bird bears, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, we have AFEs approved by partners. Again at the lower dollar amounts, but we've got partners and ourselves that are interested in developing. Ideally, you go prove up your concept, and then have a program. So being able to move forward and do multiple of these in a row is ultimately how we see this being developed.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer exhibits 11 through 14.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions from staff?
Lance, this is David Taylor. Just a question, I guess, and I'm assuming you're the one that could say that, but economics of simply, or Foundation, I'm assuming based on what you stated, that Foundation has done reviews of just going into the original wellbore and trying to do recompletions in the Bakken and or similar process of that. Have you done economics on that to prove that viability is definitely not economical?
Are you saying recompletions into the Bakken?
Correct.
Yeah, we've done a vertical recompletion this year, and hoping to see what does a modern completion do. You get more oil than expected, and it came in below expectations. So yeah, we've studied that quite a bit.
Yeah, thank you.
Lance, first of all, on exhibit 14, the commission is not going to grant blanket relief based on a case that was advertised for bicentennial bird bear and a case that was advertised for Beaver Creek bird bear.
Yes, sir.
Just want to
We
point that out. On your exhibit 13, where you have different mineral owners, so your recommendation is that the commission approve a commingling application and allow that fingerprint analysis to determine the allocation of that oil?
Yes, we think that would be a fair approach, going forward. Four wells, which again have different ownership. Yes, sir.
I think, but we'll have to think about granting a blanket wide exemption for the bird bear pool in these fields, because the order says that you can complete wells, or they have to be cemented to the bird bear unless granted an exception after notice and hearing. I guess we'll have to think about whether that applies to individual wells or to, we can make that a blanket exemption. On your exhibit 11, I don't see the banner well on there. That's located in section, we discussed earlier, the southeast of 33.
One sec. No, that well is not included.
And I don't see the Beaver Creek State 136 well on there either. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
So why wouldn't you include those two wells if they're right next to your spacing units?
I just shows the 11 most recent wells that were drilled again by the previous operator. And again, I can include, I know the banner is, I think, the best Three Forks well out here. It made about 550, I want to say. And I'm not mistaken, that Beaver Creek 36 was a bit over 300. I'll double check on that one.
The Beaver Creek State is at 483,000 right now.
Okay.
Right now, and it's making 60 barrels a day the last reporting month. And the Banner well is made $463,000, and it's producing roughly 40 to 50 barrels a day right now after 11 years of production. So those are 2012 vintage. What are the vintage of the wells you looked at?
Those would all been 2017 and 18. I think they drilled all their wells in those. They maybe have some in 16 as well, but they've all been in the past 8 years. Yeah, it's the most recent development on this acreage and nearby. The other thing I didn't mention that I should have mentioned on this type curve, and that has a meaningful impact on economics, is the water. Your average WR out here is 2, over 2. That's another thing that causes issues for economically developing this area when you're dealing with over 2 barrels of water for every barrel of oil. Something worth mentioning. And again, if I were to add those 2 wells, which again I think are outliers, if you look at every well in this area, my average EUR still wouldn't be close to above 500, which, as I show below, is even at 500, you're very marginal economically. I'd be happy to update this and share it, though, with those wells.
Well, I would point out that the 2 wells that were close to your spacing that you didn't use actually have very favorable oil-water ratios.
Right, yeah, again, that's part of the reason we think that they are good, good wells on the oil side. Just they have superior geology. They're likely tapping. I don't want to. I don't know this. We don't have the seismic like Kenny said. We think some of those wells with the extremely high EUR, they're maybe tapped into a fracture system, being that they are on that Beaver Creek anticline, maybe draining a larger area, and that's why they're outliers. You're not going to get that on the majority of the wells that you drill.
So Wade, the commission would like to take administrative notice of any of the wells we discussed here today, of their production records and those types of things.
Yep, no objection to that.
And in the subject wells, that may include logs and things like that.
Okay.
I don't think I have any other questions, but I still, and Wade, you can weigh in, as I still think we have a notice issue.
We can notify those working interest owners in that tract in, I think it's the first case, the agate well. We can send notice to them, and if, I mean, if it'd be appropriate to, hold the record open for a certain period of time to allow them an opportunity to prevent any or present any comments that, or however you want to handle that, that would be fine.
That's one way. I mean, other, obviously, would be to continue the case, allow that notice to take place, and then give them the opportunity to appear if they wanted to.
So docket it, well, could it still be for October, then would it have to be like November? Like if you were to put it back on again?
It's too late for October. It'd have to be November, but if you can get them to waive that,
Okay.
You have some time before you make the November docket, you would know, I would assume.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Anything else, council?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
So we'll keep the record open in this case, and I guess continue it until such time as you've requested notice and you've satisfied yourself that you've complied with the commission's requirements, and then you can inform the commission or work with the commission to get back on the hearing docket.
Okay.
All right, so for today, we'll close the hearing for case numbers 30334 and 30335. Next case on the docket is case number 30336. This is an application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Green Lake Bakken Pool to establish a 1920 acre spacing unit described as section 3, 10, and 15 in Township 159 North, Range 100 West, in Williams County, North Dakota, and to authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, P.O. Box 6590 in Sheridan, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of the applicant. We will have 3 witnesses, one, Mark Johnson, who is present, and 2 more that will be on the phone, Brandon Allen and Nicholas Daniele, and I need to get them on the phone.
Okay.
Hello, Nick and Brandon, you both there? Okay. Can you hear us? Did I hang up? Are they on now? Yeah. Can you hear me, Brandon?
Yes, sir.
Have you passed out both sets of exhibits?
Can you guys hear us?
Yes. Okay. First witness is Mr. Mark Johnson. Mark, would you please state your name and address for the staff?
My name is Mark Johnson. I work for Phoenix Operating LLC as Vice President of Regulatory. My work address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado, 80237.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert witness in petroleum land matters before this commission?
I have.
And are you personally familiar with the lands that are subject to this application?
I am.
I would ask that Mr. Johnson be accepted as an expert witness in petroleum land matters.
Your motion is granted, and just for the record, he was sworn in, although my mic was off.
Have you prepared certain exhibits for this hearing?
I have.
Starting with Exhibit 1, would you please describe the location of the proposed spacing unit for the staff?
Yeah, Exhibit 1 is just a broad regional map showing our proposed 1920 DSU in red in Williams County. As you go to Exhibit 2, it just kind of zeroes in on Exhibit 1 a little bit, and you can again see in red the proposed 1920 spacing unit of sections 3, 10, and 15 of 159-100 in Williams County.
And also on Exhibit 2, you have identified other and future Phoenix operating spacing units. Would you please describe those, and those include some of the spacing units that we've been here the last several months, correct?
That's correct, yeah. So the boxes, the 3-milers, basically there's a few 2-milers to the east there, are units that we have been previously proposed and have been granted or are on our near-term agenda to get spaced.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 3, please describe Phoenix's ownership in the proposed spacing unit.
Yeah, so you can, this is the close-up version of 3, 10, and 15 of 159-100, and currently Phoenix has 35% working interest, and we have another 2.5% that we will be closing in the next 30 days.
And will Phoenix cooperate with the other working interest owners in developing this proposed spacing unit?
Yes.
And did you execute the gas capture affidavit that is included as Exhibit 9 in the packets?
I did.
I have no further questions for Mr. Johnson. I would ask that Exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 9 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions from staff?
Mark, sections 15 and 22 are currently a stand-up 1,280-acre spacing unit?
Yes.
And what's going to happen to section 22 if this application is granted?
It will just be probably just turned into a 640. There's a lake in the south half of that section that's under litigation, and so we don't see that it'll be drilled or able to be drilled anytime soon.
So are there a lot of 640-acre space units being developed in the Bakken now?
There are not.
Do you know what the ownership is in section 22?
I do not.
You said there's a lake down there?
Correct.
And you said it's under litigation?
Yeah, I believe it's Federal Minerals and was leased, and all the environmental litigation that goes along with all those BLM leases, so it's unpenetrable at this time.
Does Phoenix have any interest in 22?
We have a small interest in 22, in the north half of 22. We've thrown around the idea of drilling a little bit further into that and just kind of stopping at the federal minerals, but we opted to not present that at this time.
Do you know who has the lease, federal lease in 22?
I do not.
I'd like to request that you supplement the record with, as to the best of your ability, the ownership in section 22, working and mineral interest, and then as best you can, any information regarding the litigation involved with the federal minerals. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from staff? Hearing none. All right, Mr. Throne, you may call, thank you, sir. You may call our next witness.
One quick question for Mr. Bohr. How detailed of an explanation do you want on the litigation? Just case numbers and where it's located?
I'd like a summary.
Summary of it? Okay.
I mean, I know it's going to be somewhat up in the air, but any information such as when it was leased, who leased it, I know, and again, some of this stuff may be not that easy to find, but, and then who the parties are in the lawsuit, and if you give any indication when an expected resolution might come.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
We'll do that to the best of our ability. Call the next witness, Mr. Nick Daniele. Nick, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Daniele, could you raise your right hand? And do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Nick, would you please state your name and address for the record and spell your last name?
Nick Daniele, D-A-N-I-E-L-E. Works for Phoenix Operating LLC at 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado 80237.
And in what capacity are you employed by Phoenix Operating?
Vice President of Geology.
And have you previously testified before this commission as an expert in petroleum geology?
Yes.
And are you personally familiar with the lands that are subject to this application?
Yes.
I would ask that Mr. Daniele be accepted as an expert in petroleum geology.
Your motion's granted.
Have you prepared certain exhibits for this hearing, Nick?
Yep.
Starting with Exhibit 4, please describe the structure of the Middle Bakken.
Exhibit 4 shows geologic structure, sub D. Shown on the map is the proposed 1920-acre spacing unit in red. Our other units that Mark Johnson talked about in black. Middle Bakken wells are shown with the black circle. Three Forks wells are shown with a purple circle. In this area, the structure dips from north to south slightly. And the map is showing a 50-foot contour interval.
And does this exhibit show a type log?
Yes, sir.
And do you also have AA prime shown on this exhibit?
Yes.
Moving to Exhibit 5, please describe the type log and describe the cross-section.
As the type log 8A prime, so west to east across the unit. To be well in the middle, 111 type log used for the reservoir property. The tracks on each log, gamma ray is first track, resistivity is the second track, and porosity is in the third track.
And are the reservoir characteristics also shown on Exhibit 5?
Yes, sir.
Would you please describe them for the staff?
Sure. The approximate TVD for this unit is 9,250 feet TBD. Average porosity about 7%, and average water saturation 30%, with a gross thickness of 49 feet.
Okay, and is the Middle Bakken present and continuous throughout the proposed spacing unit?
Yes.
And if the application is approved, in your opinion, as a geologist, will waste be prevented, relative rights protected, and the drilling of unnecessary wells be prevented?
Yes.
I have no further question for Mr. Daniele and ask that exhibits 4 and 5 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Just any questions from staff? All right. Hearing none, thank you, Mr. Daniele. Mr. Throne, you may call your next witness.
Yeah, I'd like to call Mr. Brandon Allen. Brandon, you on the line?
I am.
All right, Mr. Allen, please raise your right hand, and do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Okay, Brandon, would you state your name and work address for the record?
My name is Brandon Allen. I work at 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado, 80237.
And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
I work for Phoenix Operating as a reservoir engineer.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert in petroleum engineering by this staff?
I have.
And are you personally familiar with the lands that are subject to this application?
I am.
I would ask that Mr. Allen be accepted as an expert in petroleum engineering.
Your motion's granted.
Starting with Exhibit 6, would you please describe the proposed wellbore diagram that Phoenix will use?
Yes, this is an example wellbore diagram indicating surface casing of 9 5/8 inch, set at approximately 2,000 feet, a 7-inch intermediate casing string set about 500 feet into the target zone, and then a 4.5-inch production casing liner with the liner top set at approximately 500 feet above kickoff point.
Moving on to Exhibit 7, would you please describe Phoenix's anticipated development of this proposed spacing unit?
Yes, our anticipated development for this unit is 5 wells in the unit indicated in the dashed green. There is an existing Middle Bakken well that is plugged and abandoned in 3 and 10, indicated with the black circle. Our proposed development would be batch drilled off of the pad indicated in black on the north end of Section 3.
And using Exhibit 8, would you please describe the economics you anticipate in your proposed wells?
Yes. So our anticipated IP is approximately 30,000 barrels a month, with a well life approaching 30 years, an oil EUR approaching 500,000 barrels, and a gas EUR of 1 BCF. In our current commodity price environment, which might be a little bit stale to the run-up recently, but and a $9.5 million D&C cost, the PV10 is approximately $12.8 million with an IRR of 25%, the payout in about 28 months.
Okay. And is Exhibit 9 the gas capture affidavit that Mr. Johnson testified to?
Yes, sir.
I would ask that Exhibits 6, 7, and 8 be admitted into record, and 9 already has been.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions from staff? All right. Hearing none, Mr. Throne, do you have any additional witnesses?
Not for this case.
All right. So regarding the supplementation of the record, how long do we need to supplement the record?
I would propose, can we take 30 days to supplement the record? Or is it? couple of weeks? How about 2 weeks?
All right, we'll keep the record open until October 11th.
My concern is finding out details on the litigation.
I understand. So unless there's anything else, we'll close the record in case number 30336 for today, keeping it open for two more weeks. And next case on the docket is case number 30337. This is an application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Scabo Bakken Pool to establish a 1920 acre spacing unit described as section 19, 30, and 31, Township 160 North, Range 98 West, in Divide County, North Dakota, and to authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, P.O. Box 6590 in Sheridan, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of the applicant, and I have the same 3 witnesses as the last hearing.
Right, Mr. Throne, you may proceed. I'll just remind the witnesses that they continue to be under oath.
And qualified as experts.
Correct.
Mark, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Mark Johnson. I'm employed by Phoenix Operating LLC. My address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado, 80237.
Okay, starting with Exhibit 1, would you please describe the lands that are subject to this application?
Yes, again, this is just the wide view of our proposed area of interest here. You can see that our proposed 1920 is in red here in Divide County. As you go to Exhibit 2, tightens up that picture a little bit, and you can see that it's sections 19, 30, and 31 of 160-98 in Divide County.
And again, you show future development, and this is the same sections that you had shown in the last hearing, is that correct?
That's correct.
Moving on to Exhibit 3, describe the ownership that Phoenix has in this proposed drilling and spacing unit.
Yeah, in the proposed spacing unit of 19, 30, and 31 of 160-98, Phoenix currently owns 55.56%, but we have deals that we fully expect to close in the next 30 days for another 22% to get us at to close to 77.34% in this unit, proposed unit.
And did you, like in the last hearing, execute the gas capture affidavit that's Exhibit 9?
I did.
I have no further questions for Mr. Johnson. Ask that Exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 9 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Questions from staff?
Mark, sections 18 and 19 are currently in stand-up 1280.
Yes.
And what do you anticipate is going to happen with section 18 if this application is approved?
It will just, again, be kind of a 640 hanging out there.
You may or may not be aware that the commission strongly discourages that.
Yeah.
Do you have any interest in 6 and 7 or 18?
I am not sure.
Let me go. Let me check something. We're in one. There is a well in section 6 and 7 that's operated by Petro Hunt.
Correct.
Do you know if they have any interest in drilling 3-mile horizontal wells?
I do not, but that would be the answer to how to get to section 18 if they could drill 3-milers.
I'd like you to submit what the interest is in section 18, mineral and royalty, and also probably reach out to PetroHunt to see what their interest is. As I said, the commission strongly discourages setting up space units where we're going to leave somebody forced to develop their acreage on a 640-acre basis.
So you want the interest that Phoenix has in section 18?
Phoenix isn't anybody else's. I mean, to the best of your ability, I don't expect you to run title or anything, but, and then reach out to PetroHunt and see if there is a path forward to get section 18 developed.
Do you want that communication submitted to you as well?
Correct.
Yeah, they're not overly active in this area.
Yeah. But understand.
But I'll reach out, yes.
You know, and I guess I'll just repeat it if it hasn't been said before. You know, when we went through the 1,208-acre spacing unit development, we had 640s, 320s, 1280s, and the commission could see that this was not heading in a very good direction because people were only concerned about their acreage and not the overall development. And we set up standard 1,208-acre spacing over a large part of the Bakken. There were thousands of spacing units established, and we don't anticipate doing the same thing with 1920s, but we don't want to paint people into a corner either. So if you, on these 1920s, with that in mind, if you can, before you come to the commission, have some idea of how this all could fit together with the commission's concerns in mind, it certainly would help us.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, hearing none, Mr. Throne. How long?
Yes, Mr. Daniele. Nick, are you there?
Yes, sir.
And you recognize that you're under oath?
Yep.
Starting with Exhibit 4, would you please explain the structure map of the lands that are subject to this application?
Yes, this is the subsidy structure map on top of the Middle Bakken. Proposed 19 is shown in red, other units black, Middle Bakken horizontal wells with the black circles, and Three Forks horizontal wells with the purple circles. Structure is showing a slight dip from north to south. This is with a 50-foot contour interval.
And do you show a type log arrow on this exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And you also have a cross-section, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Using Exhibit 5, please describe the type log as well as the cross-section.
Cross-section from A to A prime, so southwest to northeast. Type log used the reservoir properties is the middle well, which is the federal 124. The first track shown is the upper right activity. Third track is porosity.
And the reservoir properties are down at the bottom?
Yes.
Would you please describe those?
We anticipate approximate TP of 9,200 feet, average porosity of 8%, and average water saturation of 30%, with a gross average thickness of 52 feet.
Okay. And is the Middle Bakken present and continuous underneath the lands that are subject to this application?
Yes.
And as a geologist, if this application is approved, is it your opinion that waste will be prevented, relative rights protected, and the drilling of unnecessary wells be prevented?
Yes.
I would ask that exhibits 4, 5, 4 and 5 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing none. All right, Mr. Throne, you may call your next witness.
Okay, next witness is Brandon Allen. Brandon, you there?
I am.
You recognize that you're still under oath?
Yes, sir.
Starting with Exhibit 6, would you please describe the well bore that you are proposing for this spacing unit and highlight any differences from your last well bore?
Yes, it's an example wellbore diagram, and it is no different. We have the same wellbore diagram and wellbore design in this area for all of our units.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 7, describe the proposed development for this proposed unit.
Our development plan would be on 880-foot spacing with 5 wells in the unit, all developed from a multi-well pad in the north end of Section 19.
And will these wells be batch drilled?
Yes, they will.
Moving on to Exhibit 8, would you discuss the well economics of your anticipated wells?
Yes, our type curve is the same in this area for 3-mile laterals, with an approximate oil EUR of about 500,000 barrels, 1 BCF of ultimate recovery on gas. The economics also remain the same at approximately a $9.5 million well cost, with a PV10 of $12.8 million, an IRR of 25%, and a payout just over 2 years.
And is Exhibit 9 your gas capture affidavit that Mr. Johnson testified to?
Yeah.
I would ask that Exhibits 6, 7, and 8 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions from staff?
Mr. Chairman, would it be acceptable to have the October 11th deadline be the deadline for submitting the supplemental exhibits for this hearing as well? The communications with Petro Hunt and the working interest in Section 18?
Should be fine.
Okay. We have nothing further.
All right.
I would point out that a surface location on the north end of Section 19 would facilitate developing 3-mile wells to the north of there.
We would love to do that.
Any other comments or questions?
Observations?
Sure. Hearing none, we will close the hearing record for today, but keep it open for 2 weeks to receive supplemental information. All right, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
We have additional cases to hear today, but we are going to take a break for lunch and come back at about 2 o'clock. Is that okay? Not necessarily. Okay. We'll come back on the record about 1:30, or we'll go off the record. Thanks. All right, we'll go back on the record. It's 1:31, and we are going to hear case number 30347. This is an application of Continental Resources Incorporated for an order for the Cabernet Bakken Pool, granting a 1920 acre overlapping spacing unit comprising sections 14, 23, and 26 of Township 144 North, Range 97 West, in Dunn County, North Dakota, and authorizing up to 4 horizontal wells in the proposed overlapping spacing unit. Council?
This is James Parrott, with Bay Mosaic PC, representing Continental. Address is 1675 Broadway, Suite 600, Denver. I'll have 3 witnesses for this matter: Scott Davis for land, Carl Booth for geology, and Ray Brown for engineering. Scott, Carl, Ray, can you hear us? No. Any idea what's going on?
No.
Okay.
Oh, this is the Teams?
Yeah.
Please enter a conference ID followed by pound.
Try it again.
I use this all the time. I never.
For some reason, everybody else's Teams meeting, it's kicking us off. It's like we can only do our own Teams meetings. I don't know what's going on.
Huh. I can,
After the tone, please record your name and then press pound.
I can send a conference call around, not a Teams call around to the.
Sorry, I can't seem to connect you to your meeting right now. Please try to...
Tell them to call this number. 328-8099. How many are on there?
Well, the problem is people might be in separate offices.
It'd be okay, they could each individually call in, but I just want to know how many there are.
Oh, I think 6.
That might be too many. I think we can only do 2 or 3 at a time on.
Okay.
Is that what it is?
Well, how many spots are there? There's 4 total.
Yeah, but you can't, I think you can only do 2 on a state call though, like that, unless you set up a conference call.
I've got a conference call set up as a backup. Let me just get that sent out. All right, can I use, let's answer it, probably. Hi, is this Continental? Okay, they can't, they're having problems with Teams, and there can only be 2 to 3 people calling into that line. So, Melanie, I just texted you a conference call number with it. Okay, so I'm gonna hang this up, and please just have everybody call in using that 720 dial-in number with the access code 89191. Okay, thanks, bye.
So we just need to dial into that one then?
Yep.
To enter the conference, press 1. Enter your conference ID, then press pound. Please record your first and last name after the tone, then press pound.
Bismarck Hearings Room.
You are the only person in the conference.
this a new problem with Teams?
Well, we had somebody in to try to fix it, and it fixed it on it, because for a while it wasn't letting us do them either.
Okay.
And then we had that fixed, but now this seems to keep going, so.
Well, in the future, I'll just use this conference call number and.
And then I'll have to call either the sound people or ITV back in to take a look at it again.
So do you have a child that goes to Century? No, the other day you were wearing a Century shirt, so I was.
Has joined the conference.
Good afternoon. Is this Continental? Can you hear us okay?
Yes, it is.
Excellent. Do we have Scott, Carl, and Bray in the room?
We're all in the same room. Yes, sir.
Fantastic. Would you like to swear in everyone at once or one by one?
I guess we can do. Well, let's just do one by one for now. Are they going to be the same witnesses for every?
Mostly.
Okay, let's just do one by one. So go ahead and call your first witness.
Okay, I'd like to call Scott Davis.
Mr. Davis, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
All right, you may proceed.
Scott, would you please state your name, address, and position with Continental for the record?
Yeah, Scott Davis, employed by Continental Resources as a landman in our northern region. Address is 20 North Broadway, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Thank you. And have you previously testified before the commission in matters pertaining to land?
Yes, I have.
Move to have the further testimony of this witness accepted as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
Scott, have you prepared some exhibits for us today?
Yes, sir.
And do you have personal knowledge of the matter set forth in those exhibits?
Yes, sir.
All right, in case number 30347, would you please turn to Exhibit L1 and explain that exhibit for us?
Yes, Exhibit L1 is a general locator map. The existing fields are outlined in blue, and the proposed spacing unit is outlined in red and then shaded in yellow.
Thank you. And then please explain Exhibit L2 for us.
L2 is a land plat for this proposed 1920 acre spacing unit, which is comprised of sections 14, 23, and 26 of Township 144 North, Range 97 West, along with a consolidated working interest ownership summary for that proposed 1920 acre spacing unit. Continental will own approximately 84% working interest in this proposed spacing unit.
Thank you. No further questions for Mr. Davis.
Would you like to have the exhibits?
Oh, yes. Move to have the exhibits entered into the record.
Received and admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing none, you may call your second witness.
All right, I'd like to call Carl Koo.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, could you raise your right hand, and do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you.
Carl, would you please state your name, address, and position with Continental for the record?
Carl Koo, address is 20 North Broadway Avenue, Oklahoma City. I'm an operations geologist for Continental Resources.
And have you previously testified before this commission in matters pertaining to petroleum geology?
Yes, I have.
Move to have the further testimony of this witness accepted as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
Mr. Koo, have you prepared some exhibits that you are ready to present for us today?
Yes.
And do you have personal knowledge of the matters set forth in these exhibits?
Yes, sir.
I'd like you to turn to Exhibit G1 and explain this for us in docket number 30347.
Exhibit G1, this is our general locator map showing our proposed spacing units. It is highlighted in yellow and outlined in red. On this map, it displays a 50-foot contour interval representing the depth of the Upper Bakken surface. On this map as well, we have the Carrie Evelyn type lock denoted in the red star, and this is representative of the rock Arthur within the proposed spacing unit.
Thank you. And please turn to Exhibit G2 and explain this for us.
Exhibit G2, this is the same type log denoted in the red star from Exhibit G1. It displays the Bakken pool in the Cabernet field, which is 50 feet above the upper Bakken shale to the top of the Bird Bear. Reservoir parameters are shown at the bottom of the page.
Thank you. Move to have Exhibits G1 and G2 accepted into the record.
Exhibits are received and admitted.
No further questions for Mr. Koo.
Any questions from staff? All right, hearing none, Mr. Parrott, you could call your next witness.
Mr. Brownrigg, will you please be prepared to be sworn in? Bray Brownrigg?
Yes.
All right, please raise your right hand, and do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Bray, do you mind stating your name, address, position with Continental for the record?
Bray Brownrigg. I'm a reservoir engineer at Continental Resources. Address is 20 North Broadway, Oklahoma City.
Thank you. And have you previously testified before this commission in matters pertaining to petroleum engineering?
Yes.
Move to have the further testimony of this witness accepted as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
All right. Bray, would you mind turning to Exhibit E1? Please explain this exhibit for us.
Yes, E1 is the proposed directional well plot for this 1920-acre spacing unit. The dark green dashed lines are the 4 proposed middle Bakken laterals, showing the 7-inch casing point with the yellow boxes and the bottom hole location as the red diamond. And the surface location pad is the blue rectangle.
Thank you. Please turn to Exhibit E2 and explain this for us.
E2 is a typical middle Bakken well construction diagram for this 1920-acre spacing unit.
Thank you. Finally, let's turn to Exhibit E3 and please explain this for us.
E3 shows our reserves and economics for one well in this spacing unit. The reservoir is the middle Bakken. We have an initial rate of 1,100 barrels of oil per day. The decline rate is 73% with an exponent of 1.01. The EUR of the oil is 664,000 barrels. The EUR for gas is 818 million cubic feet, which equates to an 800 million barrels of oil equivalent EUR. These gross economics are ran at a flat $60 oil price and a flat $3 gas price, with a drilling cost of $10 million, and the net present value at 10% discounting is $4,417,000, and the rate of return is 30%. Below that, you'll see the reservoir parameters from G2.
Thank you. Move to have Exhibits E1 through E3 accepted into the record.
Exhibits are received and admitted.
Finally, we have Exhibit GM1, which is the gas capture policy. It's an affidavit from Mr. Gray Mongold. Move to have that exhibit accepted into the record.
Exhibit is received and admitted.
No further questions for Mr. Brownrigg.
Staff have any questions for the witness?
Right, on Exhibit E1, I'm assuming the pad depicted on the north side there is going to be the same pad to use in the next case, where you'll drill north and south on the same pad?
That's correct.
And what about the single well on the opposite side of the current wells?
Yes, the single wells on the west side of the current well will also be drilled from that pad.
Okay, thanks.
Any additional questions? Okay. Hearing none, we will close the record on case number 30347. Next case on the docket is case number 30348. This is an application of Continental Resources Incorporated for an order for the Jim Creek Bakken Pool and Cabernet Bakken Pool, granting a 1920 acre overlapping spacing unit comprising sections 32 township 145 North, range 96 West, and sections 2 and 11 of Township 144 North, range 97 West in Dunn County, North Dakota, and authorizing up to 4 horizontal wells in the proposed overlapping spacing unit. Mr. Parrott?
Thank you. The same 3 witnesses.
All right, you may proceed.
Okay. Mr. Davis, would you please turn to Exhibit L1 and docket 30348 and explain this for us?
Yes, Exhibit L1 is a general locator map. The existing fields are outlined in blue, and the proposed spacing unit is outlined in red and then shaded in yellow.
Thank you. Let's turn to Exhibit L2. Please explain this for us.
L2 is a land plat for the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit, comprised of section 32 of 145 North, 96 West, and sections 2 and 11 of 144 North, 97 West, along with the consolidated working interest ownership summary for that proposed 1920 acre spacing unit. Continental will own approximately 71% working interest in this proposed spacing unit.
Thank you. Move to have Exhibits L1 and L2 accepted into the record.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions from staff? All right, hearing none, Mr. Parrott, you may call your second witness.
Okay, Mr. Koo, would you please turn to Exhibit G1 and docket number 30348, and please explain this exhibit for us.
Yes, Exhibit G1, this is our locator map showing our proposed spacing units, highlighted in yellow and outlined in red. On the map is our 50-foot contour interval representing the depth of our upper Bakken surface. Denoted in the red star, the Jaeger type log. This is what I use in the area that is representative of the rock character in the proposed spacing unit.
Thank you. Please explain Exhibit G2 for us.
Exhibit G2, this is the type log that was denoted in the red star from Exhibit G1. It displays the Bakken Pool in the Cabernet and Jim Creek field, which is from 50 feet above the upper Bakken shale to the top of the Bird Bear. And reservoir parameters are at the bottom of this page.
Thank you. Move to have Exhibits G1 and G2 admitted into the record.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing none, Mr. Parrott, you may call your third witness.
Thank you. Mr. Brownrigg, please turn to Exhibit E1 and please explain this exhibit for us.
Exhibit E1 is the proposed directional well plot for the 1920 acre spacing unit here. The dark green dashed lines show our 4 proposed middle Bakken laterals. The yellow boxes showing the 7-inch casing point, and the red diamonds showing the bottom hole locations. The blue rectangle shows the surface location pad for all 4 of the wells.
Thank you. And on Exhibit E2, is it acceptable if we just note that this is the same exhibit as presented in the prior docket?
Yes.
Okay. And turning to Exhibit E3, please explain this for us.
E3 is also very similar from reserves and gross economics as the previous docket. The reserves show the economics for Middle Bakken well, same EURs as previously, and then the gross economics are also the same, showing $4,417,000 at PV10 at 10% discounting. The reservoir parameters are showing the parameters from Exhibit G2.
Thank you. Move to have Exhibits E1 through E3 admitted into the record.
Exhibits are received and admitted.
Thank you. And lastly, our Exhibit GM-1 is the affidavit from Mr. Mongold for the gas capture policy. Move to have this exhibit admitted into the record.
Exhibit is received and admitted. Any questions from staff? All right, hearing none. I will close the record for case number 30348 and move on to case number 30350. This is an application of Continental Resources for an order for the Jim Creek Bakken, Murphy Creek Bakken, and Cabernet Bakken pools, granting a 2560 acres overlapping drilling and spacing unit comprising sections 1, 2, 11, and 12 in Township 144 North, Range 97 West in Dunn County, North Dakota, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units of said proposed overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit and such other relief. Mr. Perry, you may call your first witness.
Thank you. I'd like to call Mr. Davis back. Scott, please turn to Exhibit L1 and explain this exhibit for us.
Exhibit L1 is a general locator map. The existing fields are outlined in blue, and the proposed spacing unit is outlined in red and then shaded in yellow.
Thank you, and please explain Exhibit L2 for us.
L2 is a land plat for the proposed 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 1, 2, 11, and 12 of Township 144 North, Range 97 West, along with a consolidated working interest ownership summary for that proposed 2560 acre spacing unit. Continental will own approximately 31% working interest in the proposed spacing unit.
Thank you. Move to have Exhibits L1 and L2 admitted into the record.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions from staff? Right. Hearing none, Mr. Parrott, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. I'd like to return to Mr. Koo. Mr. Koo, please turn to Exhibit G1 and case number 30350 and explain this for us. Actually, Mr. Koo.
Exhibit G1.
Actually, Mr. Koo, sorry to interrupt. Is it acceptable to note that Exhibits G1 and G2 are identical to the prior docket except for the outline of the spacing unit shown on Exhibit G1?
Yes, the spacing units is going to be different, and on Exhibit G2, the top log or the back and pull for the Murphy Creek would be 200 feet from the top, above the upper Bakken Shale to the top of the Bird Bear.
Thank you. Move to have Exhibits G1 and G2 admitted into the record.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing none, Mr. Parrott, you may call your next witness.
All right. I'd like to return to Mr. Brownrigg. And Mr. Brownrigg, please explain Exhibit E1 for us.
Exhibit E1 is the proposed directional well plot for this 2560 acre spacing unit. The dark green dashed line shows our proposed Middle Bakken lateral, slightly offset from the center of the unit so that you can
see it. And the 7-inch casing point and bottom hole location are denoted, as well as the surface location pad.
Okay, and is Exhibit E2 identical to that presented in the prior exhibit?
It is, except for the fact that it says the 2560 acre spacing unit, and this is for a 2-mile lateral well.
Thank you.
So some of the TD is shallower.
And please explain Exhibit E3 for us.
Exhibit E3 shows the reserves forecast and growth economics for this proposed 2-mile well. Initial rate of 1,043 barrels of oil per day with a decline rate of 74%. Oil EUR is 458,000 barrels of oil. The oil price is flat $60 and gas price flat $3. A $7.9 million drilling cost estimate. The net present value at 10% discounting is $3,887,000. Rate of return of 33%. The reservoir parameters are those shown on Exhibit G2.
Thank you. Move to have Exhibits E1 through E3 admitted to the record.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions from staff?
Bray, is there a reason why you're going from 3-mile to 2-mile laterals?
There is an existing proposed well to the north of this one, I believe, which we've had negotiations with that operator, and we've agreed to. I guess we haven't really agreed, but we just saw their proposal. They have intent to drill that mile to the north, so we're making the best of what we have here to develop this unit.
And that's going to be a new pad that's going to house just this one well?
No, this is meant to be the same pad as the previous exhibit, as the previous case.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions from staff? All right, hearing no additional questions. Mr. Parrott, do you have any additional witnesses for this case?
No, but I would note that Exhibit GM1 is our affidavit for the gas capture policy, and I move to have that admitted into the record.
We'll receive the exhibit and admit it into the record. With that, we will, unless there's anything else, we'll close the record for case number 30350. Next case on the docket is case number 30351. This is an application of Continental Resources Incorporated for an order for the Little Knife Bakken Pool granting a 2560 acre overlapping spacing unit comprising sections 13, 14, 23, and 24, Township 145 North, Range 97 West in Dunn County, North Dakota, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units of said proposed overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit and such other relief. Mr. Parrott?
Thank you. I'd like to call Mr. Davis back. And Mr. Davis, please turn to Exhibit L1 and explain this for us.
Yeah, Exhibit L1 is a general locator map. The existing fields are outlined in blue, and the proposed spacing unit is outlined in red and then shaded in yellow.
Thank you. And please explain Exhibit L2 for us.
L2 is a land plat for the proposed 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 13, 14, 23, and 24, Township 145 North, Range 97 West, along with a consolidated working interest ownership summary for that proposed 2560 acre spacing unit. Continental will own approximately 90% working interest in the proposed spacing unit.
Thank you. Move to have Exhibits L1 and L2 admitted into the record.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Questions from staff? Hearing none, Mr. Parrott, you may call your second witness.
All right, my second witness for this case is going to be Tyler Grunbacher, who has not yet been sworn in.
Great, Mr. Grunbacher, are you on the line?
Yes, sir.
Please raise your right hand, and do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Grunbacher, please state your name, address, and position with Continental for the record.
Tyler Gruenbacher, 20 North Broadway, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, and I'm currently employed with Continental Resources as an operations geologist.
Thank you. And have you previously testified before the commission in matters pertaining to petroleum geology?
Yes, I have.
Move to have the further testimony of this witness accepted as that of an expert.
Motion's granted.
All right, Mr. Grunbacher, please turn to and explain Exhibit G1 for us in case number 30351.
Exhibit G1 is our general locator map showing our proposed 2560 acre spacing unit highlighted in yellow, outlined in red. On the map is a red star, which is showing the location of the type log for this unit, and also displaying 50-foot contours of the Upper Bakken shale as far as what structure we're expecting in this unit.
Thank you. And please explain Exhibit G2 for us.
Exhibit G2 is the type log Hopton 15-1H. It's displaying the Bakken Pool and the Little Knife Field, which extends 200 feet above the Bakken and down to the Bird Bear. The reservoir parameters associated with this type log are at the bottom of the page.
Thank you. Move to have Exhibits G1 and G2 admitted into the record.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions from staff? All right, hearing none. Mr. Parrott, you may call your next witness.
All right, let's return to Mr. Brownrigg, and please turn to Exhibit E1 in docket 30351 and explain this for us.
Exhibit E1 is the proposed directional well plot for the 2560 acre spacing unit. The dark green dashed line being our one proposed middle Bakken lateral, and the service location pad for this well will be the westernmost pad.
Thank you. And is Exhibit E2 identical to that presented in case 30350, the previous case?
Yes.
Okay, and then finally, please explain Exhibit E3 for us.
Exhibit E3 is also the same as the previous case, except for the reservoir parameters being updated for that of this case's G2 exhibit.
Thank you. Move to have Exhibit C1 through E3 admitted into the record.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions from staff?
Ray, on your Exhibit E1, the pad depiction, is that an extension of an existing pad, or is that going to be a new pad?
I'm not sure of the particulars on that one as it pertains to our project management group, but I do know that we have a new outline for our proposed pad for this well, and it is just to the left, almost adjoining to the existing pad. So I'm not sure if we call that an extension or if it will be a new pad, but I put this box where my project management team had it located.
And I assume the depiction of the lease line well, that's offset just to make it visible?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, hearing none. Mr. Parrott, any additional witnesses for this case or any evidence?
We have Exhibit GM-1, which is the affidavit of Mr. Mongold pertaining to gas capture. Move to have that admitted into the record.
Exhibit is received and admitted. Anything else in this case?
No, thank you.
All right, we'll close the record for case number 30351. Next case on the docket is case number 30352. This is an application of Continental Resources Incorporated for an order for the Little Knife Bakken granting a 2560 acre overlapping spacing unit comprising sections 14, 15, 22, and 23 in Township 145 North, Range 97 West in Dunn County, North Dakota, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units of said proposed overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit and such other relief. Mr. Parrott.
All right, I'd like to call Mr. Davis back, and please explain Exhibit L1 for us.
Exhibit L1 is a general locator map. The existing fields are outlined in blue, and the proposed spacing unit is outlined in red and then shaded in yellow.
And please explain Exhibit L2 for us.
L2 is a land plat for the proposed 2560 acre spacing unit, comprised of sections 14, 15, 22, and 23 of Township 145 North, Range 97 West, along with a consolidated working interest ownership summary for that proposed 2560 acre spacing unit. Continental will own approximately 51% working interest in this proposed spacing unit.
Thank you. Move to have Exhibits L1 and L2 admitted into the record.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing none, Mr. Parrott, you can call your next witness.
All right, I'd like to call back Mr. Grunbacher. And Tyler, are Exhibits G1 and G2 identical to that presented in the prior case 30351, other than the outline of the application lands, proposed spacing unit?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, move to have Exhibits G1 and G2 admitted.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing none, Mr. Parrott, you may call your next witness.
Okay, to call back Mr. Brownrigg, please explain Exhibit E1 for us.
Exhibit E1 is the proposed directional well plot for this 2560 acre spacing unit, with the dark green dashed line showing our proposed one middle Bakken well, slightly offset to be visible, and the surface location pad denoted in blue.
Okay, thank you. And is Exhibit E2 identical to that presented in the prior case?
Yes.
And is Exhibit E3 identical to that presented in the prior case?
Yes.
Okay, move to have Exhibits E1 through E3 admitted.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing none, anything further on case number 30352?
Our last exhibit is Exhibit GM-1, the affidavit of Mr. Mongold pertaining to gas capture. Move to have it admitted.
Exhibit is received and admitted. Anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, that'll close. We'll close the record for case number 30352. Next on the docket is case number 353. This is an application of Continental Resources Incorporated for an order for Jim Creek Bakken and Cabernet Bakken pools, granting a 3840 acre space overlapping spacing unit comprising sections 31 and 32 in Township 145 North, Range 96 West, and sections 2, 3, 10, and 11 in Township 144 North, Range 97 West in Dunn County, North Dakota, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units of said proposed overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit and such other relief. Mr. Parrott, you may call your first witness.
Thank you. I'd like to call back Mr. Davis. Please explain Exhibit L1 for us.
L1 is a general locator map. The existing fields are outlined in blue, and the proposed spacing unit is outlined in red and then shaded in yellow.
And please explain Exhibit L2 for us.
L2 is a land plat for the proposed 3840 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 31 and 32 of Township 145 North, Range 96 West, and sections 2, 3, 10, and 11 of Township 144 North, Range 97 West, along with the consolidated working interest ownership summary for that proposed 3840 acre spacing unit. Continental will own approximately 47% working interest in this proposed spacing unit.
Thank you. Move to admit exhibits L1 and L2.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions from staff?
Scott, do you know what the offset is between the section lines between 2 and 3 and 31 and 32?
I do not have that information.
I don't know if we would have that either, but if I can't determine what it is, we'll be getting a hold of you to supplement the record with that.
Scott, do you maybe
we'd
want
be happy to provide that.
Scott, do you maybe want to check to see if there's somebody available who could come into the room in a few minutes and answer that question a little later?
Yes, I will try to track back someone down to answer that.
Thanks.
Any additional questions? All right, Mr. Parrott, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. I'd like to call back Mr. Koo, and please explain Exhibit G1 for us.
Exhibit G1, this is our general locator map showing the proposed spacing units highlighted in yellow and outlined in red. And the map is a 50-foot contour interval representing the depth of the upper Bakken Shale. Also denoted in the red star is a type log that is representative of the rock character of this unit.
Thank you. Please explain Exhibit G2 for us.
Exhibit G2, this is the Jaeger type log that is denoted in red star from G1. It displays the Bakken Pool in the Cabernet and Jim Creek field from 50 feet above the upper Bakken Shale to the top of the berth there. Reservoir parameters are on the text box below.
Thank you. Move to admit Exhibits G1 and G2.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing none, Mr. Parrott, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Mr. Brownrigg, please explain Exhibit E1 for us.
Exhibit E1 shows the proposed directional well plot for this 3840 acre spacing unit. The dark green dashed line shows the unproposed Middle Bakken lateral drilled from south to north. The intent being to stay within the corridor as well as maintain similar azimuth as the two east and west offset existing wells. The blue rectangle shows the surface location pad.
Thank you, and please explain Exhibit E2 for us.
E2 is the typical Middle Bakken well construction diagram for the 3840 acre spacing unit. This is for a 3-mile well.
Thank you, and finally, please explain Exhibit E3 for us.
Exhibit E3 shows the reserves and economics for this proposal. One Middle Bakken well, initial rate of 1,100 barrels of oil per day. The correlating EUR for oil is 664,000 barrels of oil. The gross economics is identical to that discussed in previous cases at flat 60 and 3, 30% rate of return, and the reservoir parameters are those shown on Exhibit G2.
Thank you. Move to have exhibits E1 through E3 admitted.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing none. Anything else, Mr. Parrott?
Our final exhibit is Exhibit GM1, the affidavit of Mr. Mongold pertaining to gas capture. Move to have it admitted.
Exhibit is received and admitted. Anything else?
Nothing further. Thank you.
We
do have, actually, I take that back. We do potentially have the issue of the offset between the sections at the township line. Scott or Melanie, has anybody volunteered to provide that information?
I just had a clarifying question, I guess. Is the question who the offset operator is between those sections?
No, the question is, what's the footage of that offset?
What is the footage of the offset? Okay. I will get that answer to you. I do not have that at this time, though.
Okay, thank you.
I suppose you can't estimate the amount of time it will take you to get that answer, but I guess we'll keep the record open in case number 30353 until you can provide that information to the commission.
To the extent it pleases the commission, I can tell you right now that your mapping tool shows it being as approximately 220 feet. Obviously, I'm not sworn in as a witness, but if that's sufficient to satisfy your curiosity, then we can move on. Otherwise, we can provide that on an exhibit.
No, that footage offset should come from a registered surveyor. That's generally who puts those plats together and has those offsets noted on them then.
I don't blame you for not accepting my word, as I'm not a registered surveyor. Scott or Melanie or somebody, do you know about how long it would take to put together a plat from a registered surveyor for that piece of information?
And if I can interrupt, the information may be in the well files of the existing wells that are drilled, but I don't know that it is.
Okay. So let's assume for the sake of planning that it is not. How long would it take to create that information from whole cloth?
1 week should be sufficient.
All right, maybe we have until a week from Friday, which would be October 6th, to submit that information.
Yeah,
please.
We can keep the hearing record or the case record open until 30353 until October 6th.
Thank you.
Anything else on in this case for today?
No, nothing further. Thank you.
All right, we'll close the record for today for case number 30353 and keeping it open for another week and 2 days. So we will go back now to case number 30155, which is a continued application of Continental Resources Incorporated for an order amending the field rules for the Last Chance Bakken Pool in Williams County, North Dakota as follows. 1, create and establish an overlapping 1,600-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 28 and 33 in Township 154 North, Range 100 West, and the north half of Section 4 in Township 153 North, Range 100 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on said overlapping 1,600-acre spacing unit with the lateral located approximately 424 feet from the east line of said proposed 1,600-acre spacing unit, and 2, authorizing the drilling, completing, and producing of a well with the lateral to be located approximately 392 feet from the west line of an existing 1280 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 27 and 34 in Township 154 North, Range 100 West, and such other and further relief. Mr. Parrott, you have any witnesses?
Yes, my first witness will be Mr. TJ Botchlet to testify about land. He has not yet been sworn in.
All right, sir, are you on the line?
Yes.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. TJ, would you mind stating for the record your name, address, and position with Continental?
Yeah, TJ Botchlet, I'm a land supervisor, and the address is 20 North Broadway, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Thank you. And have you previously testified before this commission in matters pertaining to land?
Yes.
Move to have the further testimony of Mr. Botchlet accepted as that of an expert.
Motion is granted.
Thank you. TJ, would you mind explaining Exhibit L1 in case number 30155 for us?
Yeah, L1 is a general locator map identifying the proposed exception locations, one of them made up of sections 28 and 33 in the north half of section 4, which is outlined in red and shaded in yellow. And then the other proposed exception location is sections 27 and 34 of 154-100, which is outlined in black and shaded in yellow as well.
And just to clarify, the lands outlined in black are previously established spacing unit, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, please explain Exhibit L2 for us.
L2 is a land plat of sections 28 and 33 of 154-100, showing the working interest in the 1,280 acres, and Continental owns approximately 38.78% working interest.
Thank you. And please explain Exhibit L3 for us.
L3 is a land plat showing the north half of section 4 of 153-100, showing that Continental owns an 89.49% working interest.
And finally, please explain Exhibit L, sorry, not finally, but please explain Exhibit L4 for us.
L4 is another land plat showing the proposed 1,680 acre exception location, which is comprised of sections 28 and 33 of 154-100 and the north half of section 4 of Township 153 North Range 100, and Continental would own a 48.94% working interest.
Okay. And finally, please explain Exhibit L5.
L5 is a land plat of sections 27 and 34 of Township 154 North, Range 100 West, highlighting the working interest, showing Continental owning a 67.67% working interest.
Thank you. Move to have Exhibits L1 through L5 admitted.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions from staff?
TJ, the caption for this reads to create and establish an overlapping 1,600 acre space unit comprised of sections 28, 33 in the north half of section 4. The creation of that spacing was subject to case 30154, wasn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
So in this application, we're not creating the spacing, we're just granting the relief for the, you're asking for the relief for the setback.
That's correct. Yes.
And then on your Exhibit L1, these wells are not truly exception locations, it's, you're requesting setback relief?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, hearing none, Mr. Parrott, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. I'd like to call back Mr. Grunbacher. Tyler, would you please explain Exhibit G1 for us in case 30155?
Sure. Exhibit G1 is once again the general locator map showing the structure of the Upper Bakken surface. got the two proposed spacing units highlighted in yellow, outlined in red and black. The type log for these units, the Bratland 41-33-1, is denoted with a red star.
Thank you, and please explain Exhibit G2 for us.
Exhibit G2 is displaying our type log with the Bakken pool for both the Last Chance and Catwalk fields, which extends 50 feet above the Bakken surface down to the Bird Bear Formation. And the associated reservoir parameters with this type log are shown in the text box below the type log.
Thank you. Move to admit Exhibits G1 and G2.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions from staff? Hearing none, Mr. Parrott, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. I'd like to call Chase Haddikin, who has not testified yet today.
Mr. Haddikin, are you on the line?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
All right.
Thank you. Chase, would you please state your name, address, and position with Continental for the record?
Chase Haddikin, 20 North Broadway, reservoir engineer.
And have you previously testified before this commission in matters pertaining to petroleum engineering?
I have.
Move to have the further testimony of this witness accepted as that of an expert.
Your motion's granted.
All right, Chase, would you please explain Exhibit E1 for us?
Exhibit E1 is a directional plot for the two 1280 and 1600 acre spacing units. The main point of this exhibit is to outline the existing development in those sections with solid green lines, solid pink lines, representing existing Middle Bakken and Three Forks wells respectively, and the dashed green lines indicating the proposed Middle Bakken wells.
Thank you. Please explain Exhibit E2 for us.
Exhibit E2 is the same as Exhibit E1, but with including surrounding development and the existing 1280 and 1600 acre spacing units.
Thank you. And please explain Exhibit E3.
Exhibit E3 is a schematic of our typical 2-mile Middle Bakken well. We're showing a total depth of 21,000 feet with a 7-inch casing point at 11,000 feet, which puts our lateral length at 15,000 feet. The lateral will be cemented and completed with roughly 45 plug-and-perf stages paired with hydraulic fracturing.
Thank you. And finally, please explain Exhibit E4.
Exhibit E4 outlines the reserves and economics for an individual Middle Bakken type curve. Starting with the reserve section, we are expecting an oil IP of 1,015 barrels of oil per day, and oil EUR of 516 MBO, gas EUR of 877 MMCF, BOE EUR of 1202 MBOE, and an EUR GOR of 1,700 standard cubic feet per barrel. Moving on to the economic section, with total estimated gross drilling completion cost of $10.1 million, 60 and 3 oil and gas price deck, and the reserves mentioned above. We are expecting a total PV10 roughly $2 million per well, a rate of return of 28% per well, and the undiscounted payout of 2.1 years. Also shown are the reservoir parameters broken out for the Middle Bakken, as Tyler previously spoke to in Exhibit G2.
Thank you. Move to admit Exhibits E1 through E4.
Exhibits are received and admitted. Any questions from staff? All right, hearing none, or do you have one?
Yeah. Chase, on Exhibit E1, you mentioned that the well in the north half of 4 is going to be approximately 520 feet from the east line?
Yes, sir.
Is that all the way through section 4?
That would not be all the way through section 4, just the north half.
Well, the north half of 4.
Correct.
So you're going to be greater than 500 feet throughout the north half of section 4.
That is what we're showing. If you recall, we this was protested by Grayson Mill when we did 3154, and we are trying to accommodate requests from Grayson Mill in order to space away from their existing parent well in section 3 that you can see as the solid green line there.
And that's a lease line well, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So do you know if they've withdrawn their opposition in 30154?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Anything else, Mr. Parrott?
We have Exhibit GM-1, which is the affidavit from Mr. Mongold pertaining to gas capture. Move to admit that exhibit.
Exhibit is received and admitted. Any additional witnesses?
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, that's the last case on today's docket. That was on it, went to the administrative docket. Didn't it? All right, with that, we will close the record for today.